Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the November 14th, 2024 meeting of the Penfield Planning Board. We will begin the meeting with a Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Michelle, would you please call the roll?
Hetzke.
Hetzke here.
Aiken.
Aiken here.
Knauer.
Knauer here.
Tidings.
Tidings, aye.
Sangster.
Sangster here.
Weiser.
Weiser here.
O'Connor.
O'Connor here.
Prinzing.
Prinzing here.
Verigno here.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for coming. We have minutes from our last work session. Hopefully, everyone's had an opportunity to review them. Do we entertain a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Tidings, second.
Hetzke.
Hetzke, aye.
Aiken.
Aiken, aye.
Knauer.
Knauer, aye.
Tidings.
Tidings, aye.
Okay. Couple things. For those of you, thank you all for coming, number one. Number two, for those of you who aren't used to the process here in Penfield for the planning board, we typically, on public hearing nights, which tonight is one of them, we start our meetings at 6:30, and from 6:30 to 7, we have a work session where we handle table business and other action type items that are before the board. At 7 o'clock, we typically start the public hearing portion of the meeting. If we finish our other agenda items prior to 7 o'clock, we will move right into the public hearing. If we don't finish them at 7 o'clock, we do a hard stop and move into the public hearing anyway. The way the process works, you know what, I will wait and talk about that once we get to that point. All right, Doug, do you want to start going through our tabled applications?
All
Please.
right. Table application number 1, BME Associates on behalf of Willow Pond Ventures at 47 Willow Pond Way. So at the board's last meeting, you had the opportunity to hear from the project architect regarding the architecture of the building and the opportunity to review the comments that were received from the town's architectural consultant regarding the proposed architecture. Does the board have any additional comments on the architecture or concerns with the architecture as proposed?
Personally, no. I'm satisfied. I'm happy with the proposed architecture. I'm not
Yeah.
sure how everybody else feels.
It looks good to me.
I don't have any issues with it.
No issues.
Okay. Bruce provided some additional info. One of the questions the planning board had asked was specifically about the trees along the southern property line, abutting the neighbors, and asking Bruce to go out and take a look at it. Bruce did share that he had some concerns on the trees that were out there and their sufficiency, so he did recommend additional plantings and provided a recommended spacing to provide an effective buffer. It won't be an immediate buffer. Trees do take time to mature, but that would provide, in time, would provide an effective buffer for those property owners. I believe on November 12th, we did receive a revised landscape plan from the applicant that does address those comments.
Okay.
Additionally, a traffic impact report was provided as part of this application. I believe the board's had time to review that. We did provide it to our traffic consultant for their review. They provided comments back. The applicant provided comments back based on our consultant's review. And I believe just recently the state DOT also provided comments back, specifically looking at the 441 Willow Pond intersection, and state DOT had no comments. All that said, a Part 2 EAF has been full EAF has been completed, as well as a Part 3 narrative outlining the potential impacts and findings of the board. Is that something the board would like to go through at this time? The Part 3 EAF?
Sure.
Okay. So the findings of the board, looking at impacts on flooding, Based on the designs and engineering of the applicant, they will be proposing a new stormwater management facility. As part of that, they're required to provide a 20% reduction. That reduction in current runoff rates, they have adequately demonstrated that with their calculations, both relying limitedly on the existing drainage infrastructure that was installed prior to this application, and on the new stormwater management facility. There may be limited impacts on air, typically related to the scope of construction. So they'll be minimal and temporary in nature. Aesthetic resources, the development is next to a 4-lane state route with an average of about 28,000 AADT, or average daily traffic. Existing scrub brush will be selectively cleared and replaced with new buffer vegetation. There may be some visibility year-round of the project to adjacent properties, given tree-off conditions here with deciduous trees. The applicant will be providing new buffer vegetation, both coniferous and deciduous, to help alleviate any visual impacts. Once the vegetation is mature, there should be no impacts on aesthetics. As stated previously, traffic was extensively reviewed. The board has indicated that you guys were satisfied based on the traffic impact report provided by the applicant and the subsequent review by our own consultant and other agencies, that any impacts on transportation will be limited and will not result in adverse impacts. Impacts on noise, odor, and light. Yep, I apologize. Impacts on noise, odor, and light. It'll be constructed in a single phase over a short period of time. While odors and noise are possible with construction, they'll be limited in nature and not have any long-term adverse impacts. Seeker notes that the development is within 1,500 feet of an elementary school and an assisted living facility. Realistically, the project's not in close proximity to the elementary school. No adverse impacts are expected there. And while it is across the street from the skilled nursing facility, which I believe has now transitioned into an independent living nursing facility, that the facility is within an existing residential neighborhood and that the overall character and of the proposed development is a medium-density residential structure in keeping with existing medium-density residential neighborhood, and no negative impacts are anticipated.
Okay, anybody have any questions or concerns or modifications?
Nope.
All right, so does somebody want to move to approve the EAF or authorize my signature?
Motion to authorize the EAF for AJ.
Yeah, I'll second.
Hetzke,
Hetzke, aye.
Aiken,
Aiken, aye.
Canower,
Canower, aye.
Tidings.
Tidings, aye.
Okay, and then we have approval resolution on the table for site plan.
Yep.
Which would be preliminary. And
Preliminary
to
only.
the town
Yep.
board for their review for
Correct.
appropriateness of use.
Yes. Yep, so at this point, any approval resolution by the board would be for preliminary approval only. The applicant would still be required to come back and gain final approval. Given the uniqueness of the PD zoning district, it would go from the planning board's preliminary approval to the town board for their approval of the appropriateness of the density and the use. And then post-town board, come back to the planning board for final approvals.
Does anybody have any other concerns with the application as it stands?
No.
All right, I'll move to approve.
I will second.
Hetzke,
Hetzke, aye.
Aiken,
Aiken, aye.
Canower,
Canower, aye.
Tidings.
Tidings, aye.
And then one final item regarding this application. It is not required by the code, but within the PD code 255.4 D subsection 3, as part of the town board's review, they are allowed to consider any recommendations from the planning board as part of their review. If the board is interested, you are not required to, but if you are interested in sending a memo to the town board with any thoughts on the appropriateness of the use and the density as proposed, you're welcome to send a memo on that regarding that.
I would say that I'd like to maybe start a memo, and then we can discuss it.
Okay.
You know, they make their own decisions, but
Mhm.
I think overall, it's not a use for this area that's out of character or out of line for everything else that's in that area. And it's less units than what was previously approved, so I don't know how everybody else feels about that.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary at this time. If, you know,
Yeah, I don't. It's pretty straightforward.
So no need to send a
I,
memo, or,
I mean, it certainly won't hurt, but one way or the other, it doesn't matter to me if you
Yeah.
send it.
Same.
okay.
No memo?
We can,
Or I can still start one if you guys would
let's
like to
start
discuss
one.
it.
We'll review
at your
it
next
and,
meeting?
at the December work session.
Okay, we can do that.
Give people time to think about what they want to do with it.
Okie dokie.
So I'll move that we start
Yeah.
preparing a memo.
I don't know if a vote's necessary at this point. We can
No,
make
all
a, make a motion in December if you
Motion
guys are
withdrawn.
interested in sending one or not.
Okay, next.
So that was all I had for tabled applications. We do have one action item, or administrative item, 1380 and 1408 Shoecraft Road, DeSalvo re-subdivision. So this is a proposed lot line shift. So the property owner, 1408 contains a single-family residence, 1380 is currently vacant land. They are both owned by the same owner. The owner at 1408 is looking to install an accessory structure. They previously went to the zoning board for approval for a larger structure than allowed by code and a taller structure than allowed by code. And they're looking to shift their lot line further north so that they can comply with the setback regulation. Staff has reviewed the proposed lot line shift and has no concerns it's zoning compliant.
Engineering's fine with all this?
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay. Anybody have any showstoppers on this?
no.
Somebody want to move to approve it?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Hetzke,
Hetzke, aye.
Aiken,
Aiken, aye.
Canower,
Canower, aye.
Iden.
Anxiety.
Okay. That's the end of our,
That is all
Tabled
the work
agenda.
session items I had for you.
so as I stated at the beginning of the meeting, we did finish 12 minutes ahead of schedule, so we will move immediately into the public hearing portion of our meeting tonight. We have 5 items on our agenda, 1 sketch plan and 3 preliminary final approval applications. The sketch plan, if you're not familiar with what that is, it's a more informal review or presentation of a concept by an applicant for a project that they are thinking about and are soliciting feedback from all the agencies in the town, the planning board, and the public. So we open it up to all of you to comment on that, but keep in mind that a sketch plan isn't an actual application, and as such, there will be most likely a lot of information missing because they haven't invested the amount of resources that they would be doing for an actual preliminary final application. So there will be a lot of potentially rough drawings, maybe not detailed architectural plans and engineering plans and so forth. So how our order of business goes, the first item, Doug will read the application, welcome the applicant to come up to, let's say, that table, grab a chair, and give us your presentation. We'll then ask questions. Once the board is done with our initial round of questions, we'll open it up to public participation. For those of you who wish to speak on an application, we find it very easy to have you, if you could fill out one of these slips of paper, they're in the blue bins at the door, and let me know what the application or project that you want to talk about in the first line. And then as we get these, I can call on you, and please forgive me if I butcher your pronunciation of your name. You're not required to fill this out, but we do find it easier and things move faster. We have a number of these, so depending, and we have 5 applications this evening, so please keep your comments brief, to the point, and unique if you can. If someone has already gotten up and spoken about a specific topic, try to bring up a different topic, and that way, hopefully we can get out of here before midnight tonight. And so there may be other things that I've forgotten, but we'll get started.
Yep. Just, I don't know if you mentioned, just as a note for sketch plan review, no approvals are granted as part of a sketch plan review.
Correct. Yeah, at the end of the sketch plan, we typically prepare a letter summarizing comments brought forth by board members as well as the public, and submit it to the applicant in the near future.
All right.
Go ahead with the first for our sketch plan.
All right, our sketch plan review, SCI Design Group, 224 Miller Street, 224 Mill Street, Rochester, New York, 14614, on behalf of 1150 Penfield Road LLC, request an informal discussion before the board for proposed 4,400 square foot 2-story addition to the existing building, and a separate 2,100 square foot single-story new construction building, and an expansion to the existing parking lot at 1150 Penfield Road, Rochester, New York, 14625. The property is now or formerly owned by 1150 Penfield Road LLC and zoned business non-retail, BNR. Application 24P-0030, SBL 123.19-1.5.6.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to discuss the application that's presented in front of you, and in general, and in keeping with the spirit of expediency here. I'll paraphrase a little bit from the letter of intent that we submitted, but the existing property.
If you could introduce yourself, give us
sure.
your name and address and where you're from, that would, for the record. That was one of the things that I forgot. Everyone that comes up to speak, name, address. For the record.
John Paul Piani with SCI Design Group, the address 224 Mill Street, Rochester, New York, 14614.
Mr. Chairman, if I could intervene, that microphone should be as close as possible to.
Oh, yes, and also speak as closely to the microphone as you can.
You could pull it closer to yourself if that's helpful.
Okay.
They should move to some degree.
Let me say that again. John Paul Piani with SCI Design Group, 224 Mill Street, Rochester, New York, 14614.
Okay.
I'm Kiara Gates, also with SCI Design Group at the aforementioned address.
Okay.
Okay, so the property is 1150 Penfield Road, and contains, it houses right now an existing facility, 2-story structure that has been there since 1967, and the proposal by the recent new owners of this property is to further expand the development of the property by adding to the existing facility, in kind, so to speak, 2 stories, an extrusion of the existing, basically mass and form of the building, to accommodate their expanding businesses that are, I think, housing. There are 3 businesses that are housed in the facility, and with a lot of success they've been having since they've moved in personal, in growth in their business, they're expanding beyond the square footage of the facility they have right now. They'd also like to include a separate building, which would accommodate meeting facility, very, very similar to some facilities in town, one of which Rochester Institute of Technology has as a precedent or as a datum for this type of facility. It's a small meeting center. These folks have small group meetings, board meetings and whatnot, and they have clients up and down the Eastern Seaboard. And the accommodation of those clients from out of town to come in, meet in a facility, and potentially not have to jump right back onto a plane and fly home is sort of the spirit of this facility here. Would allow them to accommodate themselves in a very, very small residential loft directly in the facility, and then go about their business and leave town. But the facility, the small facility in and of itself is roughly 2,100 square feet. And it's a single-story facility by rights in terms of its height and in terms of the openness of the loft area there. The extension to the existing facility, in kind again, with its width, as seen in that site plan there, is about 4,400 square feet. The existing facility itself right now is about 9,200 square feet, basically 4,600 square feet-ish per floor. So that's generally what it is. We're planning on providing parking. Conditional use permit would be required according to the regulations that we understand from the municipality here. But we're trying to keep this as buffered and as a low-key architecturally as it possibly can be. The structure itself is supposed to be a low-key structure, the separate structure, and the extrusion of the existing building is intended to be as benign as it possibly can be visually to the site. So that's the general description of the proposed project.
Okay. So the existing building, would that just be adding, say, a second story or another wing?
Though the building itself is 2 stories, the way the site's configured, it's a walkout type configuration. So it's 1 story from the front, where as you come off of Penfield Road where Gentles is, and then 2 stories off the back as grade drops
So it
off.
slopes
We would
down.
be continuing the exact same format. It'd be a 2-story addition, basically extending both stories of that building.
Okay. All right, and in terms of vegetation that currently exists and that you propose to remove, can you speak to that
Sure.
at all?
Yeah, there's vegetation that is in the way, sort of placed in the middle portion of the site of the proposed additional building. There's no vegetation to remove for the addition to the existing building, but the additional building will require carving out a little bit of vegetation to place the structure. All of the perimeter vegetation would remain and get supplemented with a vegetative buffer to the adjacent residential development.
Is that what the darker green
the darker shade.
represents? That would be new vegetation?
That would be supplementing the
New
additional
screening.
vegetation with, the intent there is to provide, right now, it's a lot of deciduous vegetation, and the intent would be to provide coniferous vegetation so that the buffer stays year-round.
Okay, and the existing parking lot, that would be, I guess, modified, and then you'd be adding some to the east?
Yeah, so the
Down
existing
hillside?
parking lot would stay, the configuration would stay largely as is, but the darker gray area there would show an extension, circulation extension, and double-loaded parking for a portion to extend it back to the additional structure there. But most of the existing parking lot would stay exactly as it is. We'd be doing a little bit of minor modifications in the back to account for more effective parking back there instead of some of the parallel parking that's back there, but
Okay. Hours of use and operation?
mainly just business hours. Sometimes the conferences might extend into the early to middle part of the evening, but it probably wouldn't be much more than that. And if there's somebody that would use that additional facility or that separate facility to stay overnight, it would be no more than probably residential-like activity in that facility at that point.
I mean, can you describe the nature of the conference? Is it like, you know, heavy metal bands playing, or
No,
is it?
no. These are business meetings and presentations, and that's really the nature of what happens in there. So there would be people that would be getting together. There'd be an opportunity to meet face-to-face with out-of-town clientele, and to accommodate probably some small group meetings that exist right now off-site, because the existing facility just doesn't accommodate the types of gatherings that they've been having. But it would be no more than that.
Any idea the maximum number of attendees or individuals that would be?
Yeah, I think that,
Participating in such
based
a
on the
meeting.
floor plan that we submitted, that existing room there may accommodate 30 to 40 individuals at the most
Okay.
on the lower level. I think that the floor plan shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 40, there's seating for 40 in that plan there, and that would be as concentrated as that would be in that space.
Meals be catered or prepared there? Would there be a commercial kitchen?
Probably catered to there. There'd be a kitchen in there, but a residential kitchen just to keep things warm. Maybe to have some coffee, to warm something up on a stovetop, but that's about it.
Okay. What about lighting, proposed lighting for the parking, the new building, the addition, that sort of thing?
Yeah, there'd be site lighting that would eliminate the extended parking, and we would do our level best to make sure that we addressed making sure that light pollution doesn't leave the property, and have enough foot candles to navigate the territory the way it needs to be navigated, and probably some lighting that's attached to both the addition to the building in the form of like wall pack type lighting, sconces, to light entrances, access points to both facilities.
Would you be amenable to things like bollards instead of poles
Sure,
to keep it lower level,
absolutely.
given the elevation change between the site and the neighbors to the
Yeah.
east?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that would be no issue at all. I think that the existing lighting is on poles. They've been updated to LED heads, but I think that would be very well suited for the extension of the parking area.
Okay. Other board members, questions?
I just got one question. Do people will actually be staying here sometimes overnight?
Yes, in that accessory, on the separate building. And there's an accommodation for the remote occasion that occurs upstairs to have a small little,
It looks like a
Hotel room.
one-bedroom kind of,
it's like a hotel room type setup up there, yeah.
One room?
who's the lucky person that doesn't have to pay for a hotel or something? Is it like-
The preferred client of the month, I suppose. I think that's what the intention here is that you can accommodate a client instead of having them, try to accommodate themselves here in town. It's an extension of, it's a gesture to be, further accommodating to existing clientele that are frankly sometimes having to do remote meetings in a way now that may not be fully serving the client base the way they want to.
Okay. All right. Bob, questions?
Yeah. Trash for the existing building, what's the current, I guess, operation? And then what would be the change with the addition and the separate
So
building?
Yeah, there's an existing dumpster enclosure on site right there,
Okay,
and that would be relocated to accommodate the addition, but that would be the caliber of what the main building would generate. It wouldn't generate much more than what's in that enclosure. And the residence would probably have immediate to itself garbage collection right there, not a sizable dumpster of any sort, but more of a residential caliber tote or that type of thing.
okay, and you said the one would be, well, relocated because right now it's where the addition
Yes.
will be going in, so
Yeah.
that would be relocated.
Right.
Okay, and then totes for the
Totes for the more
back
residential.
building, okay.
Yep. The exact location of a new dumpster enclosure would have to be figured out. I'm
Okay,
not sure exactly where that would go yet.
Okay. Kelly,
I
any
don't have
questions?
any questions right now. Mm-mm.
Can I ask a question?
Counselor?
Doug, has anybody on staff looked at the use question in the BNR with the overnight accommodation? Is that,
That's where we initially came up with the conditional use permit.
Okay.
BNR does allow for a
For
combination of business and residential uses. We were hoping to get further clarification on what the overall use would be, broader than what was provided in the initial letter of intent, and I believe they've provided that tonight.
Okay. We'll reserve the right to ask more questions, but I'd like to open it up to the audience at this point. And is this? Okay. So I'm going to go through the slips of paper that I have up here, and if when I call your name, if you would please come up to one of the empty chairs at this table, and please introduce yourself, giving us your name and your address for the record, and then I'd love to hear your comments. Please address the comments to the board and not to the applicant. So, the first person is Andrea, is it Salora? I wasn't sure if that was L-I-V-R-A or L-L-U-R-A. Okay.
Good evening.
All right, I'm feeling good about
Am I on?
myself then.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Again, my name is Andrea Solura. I live at 656 Sable Oaks Lane. I've been a resident there for 8 years now. I'm here tonight to give you a description of our neighborhood and concerns that we have for this building expansion. I provided the board with a packet here, so if you can go to page 2, it will show you, very similar to the diagram that you have up on the screens here, what the property looks like. It's 14 townhomes. They are not part of the Ellison Height Apartments at all. We own these townhomes. I wanted to also stress that we are tax-paying homeowners and that we have witnessed the effects of building growth. The building growth has had on our neighborhood. Removal of significant green space, unwanted foot and vehicle traffic, increase in noise and light pollution. We were subjected to a 5-building apartment complex instead of 2, and non-cooperative property owners. So you can imagine that we are extremely concerned with the additional growth in our area. We realize that we cannot stop this growth, but hope that our concerns are considered as you move forward reviewing this new request as well as the RIT request. I'll take you through some of these concerns now. Page 3 of the document I provided. Traffic and safety concerns. In the application, it was stated that the existing office building is accessed off of Penfield Road. It is not accessed off of Penfield Road. It is accessed off of Old Penfield Road. As you can see from the pictures, that's a very, very congested area. We have the entrance, their entrance is directly across from Gentile's Market. There is a blind spot when either turning onto Penfield Road or off Penfield Road. We are concerned for the congestion at this one intersection with additional vehicle traffic from the office building as well, again, as RAT. There are no sidewalks along the top of Old Penfield Road for pedestrian safety, and our only access is to go down the hill through the apartments and either up the sidewalks along Penfield Road, which have not been sufficiently maintained, or have to walk up Old Penfield Road, which is, as you can see at the very top there, there's no really walking space or shoulders there to walk on. So that is our concern as far as safety. Lighting concerns. We have made several attempts with the building owner and the town of Penfield regarding the bright and obtrusive lighting. As you can see from the pictures shown on page 4, our homes are subjected to a sonic bomb of light shining on our houses. This not only violates our privacy, but it also causes vehicle safety issues driving up Old Penfield Road. You will hear from another individual who has experienced the effects of this lighting issue. On to the addition and the single-story meeting building concerns. Our concerns for the expansion and additional building are as follows. There has already been the removal of a significant amount of vegetation, and we do not have, at this point, any current details on the replacement for buffering our properties, which I understand now we probably wouldn't have from this particular meeting, but we are very interested in seeing what the plans are. What will it consist of? Is it just going to be berms, adult trees, privacy fencing, or just decorative shrubs? Are these structures in code with the town requirements of property which abuts to residential zoned areas? It's not a big area, so we are very concerned with meeting those guidelines. We would like clarification on the meeting conference center building. Is it really 1 story or 2 stories? We got some of that clarification here tonight. What has normally been a relatively quiet existence, we would like guarantees that we will be provided with noise, that we won't experience additional noise and privacy, and that will be maintained for us. Those are our general concerns. On the last page, I just kind of summarized safety, lighting, and privacy. That's all that I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nicely done. Okay, next person, Richard Sealing.
Rick Sealing, 656 Sable Oaks Lane, Penfield. I did not provide you anything, I just wrote something down to read.
That's quite all right.
I've got a couple different, I'm not here on property issues, I'm more here as a motorist and safety issues. And what Andrea said, you'll hear some more. One is, the first is the lighting issue, all right? And on Old Penfield Road, it's steep and it's winding. The picture you show up there shows it going around one bend and straight. It's not straight. It curves back to the left and then back down to the right. It's a big S-turn. All right, one morning, I would go to work in the morning before the sun came up. And every morning, I come around this turn, and there's a light off of that parking lot that shines right down. I have a picture on my phone of a video. Going up that road one morning at about 6:30 before the sun, 6:15 before the sun came up, I almost hit a young lady out for her morning exercise. She's walking down that 6-inch narrow shoulder, facing traffic, and I'm going up the hill, and I come around that turn, and that light hits me straight on, all right? And you got to stay tight because you don't know if the car's coming down the other way. And apparently, the owner has been told about it and has refused to do anything with it. So that's one concern. If he's not willing to do something now, when somebody's safety's at risk, then I have questions. The second is the intersection. As you'll see, as Andrea pointed out, the entrance to the property is Old Penfield Road, all right? And this is where I'm going to start to read. If you drive down Penfield Road towards the hill, you literally have to. I did this the other day because I wanted to see, and there was no traffic. I was lucky there was no traffic. I was able to roll slowly till I could see down the hill. And then when I looked to my left, I was halfway past the right lane going down Old Penfield Road. So you don't have access, unless you're sitting up in a truck or you're forward, you don't have access to see what's coming up that hill, all right? Can't see oncoming traffic. Due to the steep elevation, there's a stop sign at the Old Penfield Road, and you have two driveways within 20 or 30 feet, as you can see from the videos, 20 to 30 feet from that intersection. I have witnessed, I go through this intersection probably both ways, so it's 6 times a day, and I have sat there and witnessed people coming up the hill, and then all of a sudden just veering off to the right into Gentiles. And I've seen people coming up the hill that they don't see almost get hit, almost T-boned, because that person just goes across and that. Coming out of the parking lot from the proposed parking lot, they can't see that because they're facing Gentiles, and that road, they have to go like this to look over, and they may not even see it because of the hill, which creates a safety concern. Again, this is just something that I want you to consider before you do anything, because with the increase in their business, with the increase of RIT, with the Ellison Apartments down there, that road gets used a lot more. And that intersection is dangerous the way it is set up right now. And before anything gets done, I think that needs to be addressed. Whether you put a stoplight in, whether you tell the owner, your people can only turn right and go down the hill, because you can't make that left turn. You're right there. And, it's a very dangerous intersection. That's what I wanted to make you aware of. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's see. While I go through these, I think they were pretty well organized, but not totally sure. Does anybody else want to talk to this that hasn't filled out one of these? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time. I'm actually one of the partners in that building and one of the property owners. I just want to
introduce yourself.
I'm sorry, Bill Prentice, and 1150 Penfield Road. We're the folks that bought it, renovated it, brought it back to standard. And I just wanted, the inaccuracies have to do with the lighting. The lighting was addressed 2 weeks ago. However, I was unaware, because it was miscommunicated to us, exactly what the lighting issues were. We were informed that the lighting issue was going down Penfield Road. So we recalibrated the lighting to go down 90 degrees, and the ones that were facing away were, I think, angled at 30 degrees. That one there, sorry, it was, and I took video to see exactly what it was to convey it. To be honest, it comes at fair cost. It was $750 to restructure the lighting, and so it can't be done at a moment's notice. It requires a lift. I talked to the contractor the service rep that did it, and expressed some concerns that, in particular, that light going down Old Penfield Road, that it wasn't turned down. Again, that wasn't what was conveyed to us. I am aware of that, and it will be addressed, but it does take some time. Those are old aluminum sticks, and we're concerned that if you just put a ladder up, that it will damage it and potentially snap it. So we need a lift, and so we need a rental. So we're not obtuse to the requests. Some of the requests, we've worked with that's an HOA, and we worked with the property manager, I forget his name off the top of my head, with the HOA. I've had several conversations. My partners have had several conversations with them. The vegetation that's been removed, to be clear, the property wasn't managed for a significant number of years. There was invasive vines everywhere, and I personally and others have been working to clear out those invasive species to stop killing the vegetation. And unfortunately, there were, I think, 4 pine trees that were just dead. There's more. We don't want them gone. We want vegetation back. We want a barrier, but these things take some time. And the conveyances to us have been, we have businesses to run. This is not our primary occupation to do the landscaping and such, and we're doing our best to try to bring it up to speed. We want it to be something that everybody can feel comfortable with, and we want to be proud of it. So I just wanted to say that for the record, and this is part of that. But we would love to have a very beautiful vegetated barrier between the properties so everybody can get along peacefully. So.
Okay. Thank you. Just a quick question about could you go back, Matt, to the photo of the pole? So it's that really lights the drive?
So that was not conveyed to me that was the issue. The issue was that was conveyed to me that it was shooting down where the motorcycle is toward Gentles, down Penfield Road, and that it was blinding people coming down, not there, but down Penfield Road.
Old Penfield Road or New
Penfield Road, yes. And didn't really make sense to me. I have some video on my phone, but we complied based on what was conveyed to us. But, go ahead, sorry.
So it has already been adjusted once?
It was
to that
adjusted,
direction?
About 10 days ago to bring, so the lights in front of the building, it was conveyed to me that they were shooting down Penfield Road, that they were angled up too high, shooting down from west to east, New Penfield Road. Old Penfield Road was never mentioned as a concern. So we conveyed that we needed the lights turned down. To be frank, it doesn't cover the whole property now. So I had talked to the contractor, I think, on Monday, and expressed that there's probably further adjustments that need to happen, and that when there's a lift back on the property, we want to do that. But it was another $400 just to bring the lift back to adjust one light, and I didn't necessarily feel like I wanted to spend that extra money right
Just as someone who knows a little bit about lighting,
Yep.
Frankly, to me, that pole is illuminating the driveway, and the fixture should be horizontal to the plane of the driveway. And if he moved it around there, I'd kind of lean on the contractor to come back with his lift and do it and not charge you.
I understand.
I don't want to get into
so I'll give you, I guess, even the backstory. So I don't want to name the company, but the company that put them in at those angles and grades to get the maximum light output. And to be honest, we're just running our business. We weren't paying that much attention until we got some critical feedback. And it took about a month to get our contractor. It's not the same because they basically said, we haven't heard from you in a long time, so we're not going to come back and do it at our cost. So we had to hire a separate company, a separate contractor that actually he was part of the GC on the building. So he came back and as I said, he said it'd be another $400 plus labor to come back and adjust that, plus any other adjustments. So we're looking at least another $650 probably, I would guess. So we're working on it. As I said, I had a conversation Monday. But it's going to be a minute before we get there.
Okay.
Any other questions or anything I can?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Bill. What's your experience with the traffic going and coming since you came?
Getting out on Penfield Road can be difficult at times. It's primarily a rush hour issue. Oftentimes if I'm leaving and it's 5:30, I go down Old Penfield Road and go around the back. So I think there's an easy workaround there, and we've talked to our employees with the same. It's primarily a problem when Gentles is in season, right? Because a lot of people are coming in, and they have a great business. And so we understand that, and they're actually been very workable with us in terms of we have a gathering in the fall, and they've been very gracious enough to extend parking when we have too much parking issues. So for the time being, they've been extraordinarily accommodative neighbors.
Okay.
I know that didn't answer the traffic entirely, but I figured I'd give them a business plug.
Sure.
Anything else, ladies, gentlemen?
Nothing from me.
Okay.
Thank you.
For your time. Thank you.
All right, would anyone else like to, yes, ma'am?
Thank you. My name's Jeannie Phillips, and I live at 644 Sable Oaks Lane. Well, this is my neighbor, Hank Constantine. But I just wanted to talk about the lighting primarily, because when Ellison Height Apartments went in, that was obviously a huge thing for us. And one of the great concessions that we made with them was that in order to avoid all this light pollution, they would use exterior down lighting, which has been fabulous. Nobody's had any problem, no issues whatsoever. But the lights, and you can see on page 4 of the handout that you have, these lights are so obtrusive, shining into our homes, that people have to close the blinds in their bedrooms because the lights are illuminating their bedrooms at night. That's not acceptable. So I'm so sorry that the wrong style of lights perhaps was selected for the building. But we really just want safety, privacy, and lighting that we can all live with.
Yeah, and I think the applicant acknowledged that, and it sounds like it will be remedied.
The
and
lighting
that is
that
definitely
is on
something
the
that
sides of the buildings, those are the lights that are shining into our bedrooms.
Okay,
It's not the stick lighting that shines down onto Penfield Road or Old Penfield Road. It's
wall
the
packs.
lighting around the buildings. And I understand, they want security. I do understand that. But again, the exterior downlighting would also provide security and no light pollution. So, thank you.
okay, thank you.
I'm Hank Constantine. I live next door at 650. Yeah, the problem as I see it with the lighting is very simple to describe. It's focused out. It is very difficult to find a place on our property, and I suspect on their property as well, where you do not have a light shining directly in your eyes somewhere all over the place. It is how the lights are focused, where they are shining. They're not shining down like this. They're up like that. And so there's a lot of light coming out from these buildings. It gets particularly bad when the leaves fall, which is what we're getting into now. And I have the feeling, it feels like I live next to a prison, that they are afraid that they don't want people to escape and that they need to keep the lights out for that. It feels terrible, quite frankly. And that's what I see as, now, one other thing. I think when we first moved in here 5 years ago, I've been there for almost 6 years, the place that they have got now was kind of an eyesore, to tell you the truth. It didn't look very good, and it was in real disrepair. It was overgrown. The people that own it now have done an excellent job in many respects of improving the whole thing that's there. In a way, what we've got next door now is better than we ever had that I've lived there. But that the lighting is just terrible. And it's not just down Penfield Road. It's not the safety of Penfield Road, which I admit is an issue. But the issue to us, I think, is that this light is always shining on us all through the night, when in fact, it seems to me that the light could be focused down, and that's what happened at the Ellison Heights Apartments. So that's my concern with what they're doing over there now. I suspect a lot of what they're doing is going to be very good for us, quite frankly. But this one thing is really irritating.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Would anyone else like to comment on this application? Any other board members' comments? Yeah, sure, come on up.
I forgot to mention this one piece. Bill Prentice, again, part owner of the building. So the back of the building has wall packs on it. There's not much you can do to adjust a wall pack.
Non-cutoff wall packs or full cutoff wall packs?
Come on over and tell me. I don't, they're on the building.
Okay.
They were there, we didn't really materially change a lot of that stuff. I suspect they weren't active. The one that I am aware of that is.
So they're not new?
I believe one was new, and that's the one that is most southerly, I believe, was new because the patio outside, one door, it had no lighting over it. So I believe that one was new. There's a dumpster in the back that has a light on it, and that one, I did talk to our contractor about adjusting that one too when he comes back, because I can see that it would shine through. Yeah, if you could go right up there. So there's a wall pack. You can't really see it. I think it's hidden behind that one area there.
And these are supposed to light the parking lot?
Parking lot, that's right. And they face primarily down. The one that's the dumpster, I do believe needs to be adjusted down. So we've made that person aware. Part of the reason we do feel like we do need lighting is we've had vandalism. Our fiber optic cable was cut a few months ago. We were out of internet for a while. We had to have things over there. We've had signs that were vandalized, that were spray painted on, that were out there. And we've had other things that happened during construction. So we have cameras, we have lights. It's the only line of defense we have. And so we feel like we need to have adequate lighting there. We don't want it to be invasive to them. That's part of why we want to build that vegetative barrier and enhance that and replant with some beautification. So I do submit that it's probably a bit worse because we had to take out some of those pine trees. But again, we want to have that buffer so that everybody can be a peaceful neighbor. They can exist on their side of the property line. We can exist on ours, and everybody can get along nicely. So, but I wanted to provide that context. But that is, I forgot to mention that other one is part of the address plan when we reposition some of the lighting. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, there's, just as a comment, that the lighting issue, as you describe it and everyone else describes it, at least from what I've heard, can be solved by someone who knows what they're doing.
It's not me, so I'm happy to do it, so if somebody points it out. But yeah, it's not meant to be an issue, so thanks.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for your presentation. Yeah, sure.
So that someone would probably be me to deal with the lighting. And it's good to hear the detail feedback. With detailed feedback, you can react accurately, which is what we fully have intended to do all along. We certainly appreciate hearing the specifics of what's going on. Now we can specifically address all nature of these things. And as you said, to fix a wall pack by providing a cutoff lens on it is really easy. To re-aim a fixture, not a big deal. To provide a different fixture head, not a big deal. I'm very happy to hear that that's the caliber of issue, because we can very reasonably accommodate modifying all that to be an appropriate solution.
Yeah, and with almost all commercial LED fixtures today have 0 to 10 volt dimming built in.
Yeah.
Could be dimmed down after hours. There could be sensors that if someone's walking around, they go up. There's a lot of things that can be done.
And I think the species of what we want to do with a vegetative buffer would not be subject to deciduous trees losing their leaves this time of year. You know, it would be a continuous shield. So I think a combination of maneuvers here could completely address and enhance.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to the preliminary final applications. Doug, would you like to read item number 2?
All right. The first public hearing application, Nixon Peabody LLP, 1300 Clinton Square, Rochester, New York, 14604, on behalf of Bell Atlantic Mobile Systems LLC, doing business as Verizon Wireless. Request under Chapter 250, Article 12-12.2 and Article 13-13.2 of the Code of the Town of Penfield for preliminary and final site plan approval and conditional use permit for the construction of a 125-foot monopole wireless communication facility with a 42 by 60-foot fence compound with associated exterior cabinets and other site improvements at 1585 Jackson Road, Penfield, New York, 14526. The property is now or formerly owned by Penfield Volunteer Emergency Ambulance Service, Inc., and zoned Rural Residential RR1, application 24P-0027, SBL 109.04-1-10.
Good evening, members of the planning board. For those of you that don't...
Into the microphone, please.
Sorry, I'm trying. Is it on? Can you hear me?
Thank you.
My name is Jared Lusk with Nixon Peabody, representing Verizon Wireless. With me is Mike Crosby, who is the RF design engineer for this part of Monroe County. I think you recognize us from our last project at the Four Corners. As you know, we initially applied to the zoning board and planning board on October 2nd for the zoning approvals necessary to construct and operate a 125-foot wireless telecommunications facility at the Penfield Ambulance Base at Jackson Road. The need for the project, and Mike can provide some further detail on that in a moment, is primarily driven by a lack of direct coverage in this area of town. If you recall from, I recall getting a phone call during our last, our last project, again at the Four Corners, from one of the town officials saying, look, I know you're working on the fire district property and the need for it at the Four Corners. There's some other areas of town that are in desperate need of coverage. I've received complaints from the ambulance specifically regarding a need for coverage near the ambulance base. I took down those notes, reported it to Mike Crosby and the team about a need in this area for complaints by both the ambulance and the sheriff's office for their cars with the MDT for certain areas of town. This area of town was identified as also an area for difficult coverage. So again, that's the genesis of it. There's a lot of places in the community that need coverage, but I can tell you there was a specific request made for us. That is, in many ways, how this project got to the top of the pile. I know you'll hear from Penfield Ambulance people here momentarily about, again, their need for the project and why it's important to them. We then began to look in the vicinity of the project area. Certainly, the project's called the Penfield Highway. There's a large Penfield facility in the area, and when we went to the town, they said with the construction project associated with the project in that area, that was not going to be a feasible alternate location for the project. So again, we spoke to the ambulance, negotiated a lease. The lease was pretty specific. The ambulance wanted it in a particular area for their base to promote expansion and allow expansion of their base. They were pretty specific on what they wanted the fence and things to look like. Again, so it's been, again, well thought out. I know there's a number of comments from the town. Trust that we've worked diligently with the ambulance base on a design that meets their future expansion needs and their operational needs as well. So again, the project is going to be constructed in a 42 by 60 fenced compound, again, a wooden fence. And the need for it is well documented in tab G to our application, but you'll hear it firsthand from my friend and colleague, Mike Crosby, for the need.
Okay. Mike Crosby, Verizon Wireless. As Jared mentioned, the genesis of this site, it originally started off from customer complaints from the area. And, at the time, the way these sites develop, that was just sort of the spark that started the fire. But as time has gone on, it's been a couple years since that took place. As time has gone on, what we've done is recognize the fact that the traffic on our network is growing in this area. And we provide a section of this RF justification file to help provide visibility and transparency to see the growth in the area. We can see the growth that's taking place in this portion of the town of Penfield, both from residential aspect as well as the number of different events that take place at the park and surrounding the town hall area. So those have become more visible to us as we've been looking closer at this area. So we're able to identify different events that take place at the park as well as the general increase in traffic in this area. And the challenge that we face is the sites that are existing are too far away from this particular area to be able to provide enough capacity. And the capacity is actually a function of the coverage capabilities of our most valuable bands of spectrum, which have the widest bandwidth available. So our low frequencies are able to travel long distances, but they have a very limited amount of capacity available to them. And they become quickly overburdened, especially when there's events that take place at the park. It's also very notable for in-building conditions throughout this area. And so in order for us to be able to solve that, we have higher frequencies, which we call our mid-band frequencies. Those frequencies are much wider in bandwidth. They provide significantly increased capacity. But as mentioned, the existing sites are just simply too far away for those mid-band carriers, or the capacity layers, to be able to provide the amount of capacity to solve this problem. So we have to improve that mid-band coverage by densifying the network, and that's essentially what this project does. And as mentioned, this started off as a customer complaint, started looking closer. We saw quite a few customer complaints, and as the traffic has grown on the network over the last couple of years, it's bubbled up to the point where we're here in front of you now, because it's actually not just a future problem anymore, it's actually a historical problem. And so the charts that we provide, oftentimes in the past, we would provide the charts forecasting the exhaustion of this bandwidth. We'd say in a year or two, we're going to be reaching exhaustion. We need to get a new site in place before that happens. So on these charts here, you'll be able to see these are actually a legacy. This is a year history that shows how the traffic has already exceeded that capacity limitation of those carriers. So that is a little bit of the background between how the different frequency bands that we own and operate work, as well as the site spacing and the need to densify the network in order to solve those problems.
And so tab G of the application is the explanation in there. It indicates that there's 3 existing sites that are over capacity and traffic's not being handled. They're the Plank Road, the Atlantic and Wayland and East Penfield sites. But specifically on the bottom of page 3 of the application of that Exhibit G, it says the primary objectives for this project are to, just so the public knows, this project are increase capacity and provide and/or improve coverage throughout the central portion of the town of Penfield, more specifically portions of Jackson Road, Atlantic Avenue, Penfield Center Road, Northrop Road, Springside Lane, Finchwood Lane, Milford Crossing, McKenna Trail, Berrywood Circle, Tomlinson Circle, Weybridge Court, Robert Michaels Run, Cassidy Court, Mallory Lane, the Penfield Highway Garage, the Thousand Acre Swamp, Penfield Volunteer Ambulance, the Penfield Town Hall, Veterans Memorial Park, Penfield Country Club, as well as the neighboring residential and commercial areas along these roads.
Importantly, if you don't mind, Jared, to jump in on that, important to understand is all the primary objectives of this solution, as we've identified those in fairly good detail, what's even more important is when a solution like this is in place and we've densified the network in that area, it actually takes that distant and poor performing traffic off of the neighboring sites so that those sites can more effectively serve their areas. So it's more of a community-wide impact that helps an area that's much larger than just the areas that Jared just mentioned. It has a much wider reach than just that. But that is the primary objectives. There's secondary benefits that come to the neighboring sites and the communities that those sites serve as well when a site like this is constructed and activated.
So just as a follow-up, the project is, as you know, permitted by a conditional use permit and site plan approval by the planning board. We have requested variances as with the Four Corners site that we had at the fire district. The town has a 200-foot setback requirement between the tower and the property lines based on the design and the 1.2 acre size of the ambulance parcel. We cannot comply with those standards, but again, the tower, as with the fire district property, tower can be engineered to properly fall within the setbacks that exist. And again, that's I would not say routine, but that's not unique. So we've requested a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals for those tower setbacks. We did receive the town comments regarding the project. We are prepared. I know we have revised plans. A lot of the comments were about signature lines on the different pages. That's been completed. There were a number of other comments that we'd like to discuss with the planning board, including the need for the installation of a sidewalk along the extension. Unfortunately, apparently the county has a plan to extend sidewalks all the way up to the boundary of the ambulance property and then stop. And so according to the town law, it would be, of course, Verizon's now responsibility, purportedly, to build a sidewalk all the way across the front of the ambulance space. A little disappointing that the county project stopped when, again, nobody, it's just odd that we're trying to solve a public problem here and now we have to build a sidewalk. We'll talk with the town, and Verizon's willing to work with the town on that issue. A few other landscaping and design issues, again, that we'll discuss. But again, from that perspective, we'll stop and ask if you have any questions.
Okay, Bob, do you want to start?
Sure. So besides the lot size variance, you mentioned that you require variances less than 200 feet. And I think you commented that the fall of the tower would fall within that lot?
Yes.
So how is that accomplished? I'm just curious.
It's with the, again, as with the fire district property, the tower will be designed by an engineer. Once the project is, assuming that the project is approved, Verizon would send the design parameters to its tower providers through its procurement process and say, we need to have a tower designed to have essentially a weak point designed into the towers. The first designed to stay in the air to the 8 standard. If you look at tab M of our application, there's a structural design letter provided by the project engineer indicating that tower will be designed to the H standard, which is the required standard for towers in this region. Again, they take together the wind,
Sure.
Wind, et cetera, of this region, the ice, et cetera, that would all go into that structure. And then you can have them design in the unlikely event of a failure, that the tower would have a weak point somewhere around the halfway point, that if it was going to fail, that would be where it failed, and the tower would essentially fall over.
Oh, it actually fold.
And said.
Okay.
So
How many towers typically fall over in upstate New York in a year?
I can say that I'm aware in a year. I
Or
can't
10
speak
years,
to that. I've been doing
every
this
week,
for
or
close to, Mike, we've been working together for 20 years. There's one that fell out on Route 104 in Oswego about 20 years ago, and that was a result of poor installation, poor design of the tower company that also is located on 104.
Are they the same company that's designing this one?
No.
Okay.
And secondly, there was a tower that during the huge wind, ice blizzard in Buffalo a couple of years ago, there was a tower that fell behind the Wegmans store, I think, based on snow weight or something that caused it on that particular. In my 20 years, that's the only towers that I'm aware of. And you see hurricanes. When you look at hurricanes, what's standing in often in tornadoes is the cell towers. I mean, so again, in those circumstances, I don't know what caused the tower in Depew to fall. I can say I have read the information on the Nud Tower on Route 104, and that was poor welds at the base of the tower.
Okay, I didn't mean to jump in on
Nope,
your
no problem.
parade.
So given the correct design of the tower, there would be no risk to the ambulance building being compromised?
The answer is No.
No.
I suppose anything could happen. I've got to look and see if I can see what the distance between the tower and the building is on here. Give me a second.
If you could make sure you're talking into the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Thanks.
It's a little hard to do.
I know, we all,
Read and with my.
you get doing your thing and you just,
My bifocals, I have to sort of look a certain way. So again, we can confirm that distance between the tower and the house. I don't think I have that distance on here, but.
Okay. And I see from the application, initially, there would be one antenna array with a possible future that there'd be another array below it.
Yes, your town routinely requires us to provide space for co-location. And so the tower has been, will be designed structurally to accommodate it. And then in the compound, the fenced-in compound, there is a space provided for a future carrier.
For more equipment? Yeah.
For more equipment. For
Okay.
just one, or?
It's just one. But again, you could probably get more. Again, we just have assumed one. But again, depends on what equipment the next carrier wants to put in there.
Okay.
Okay, and there's a backup generator on the site, and I see you're storing propane on the site. Is there a reason why that's not connected to natural gas service versus storing propane?
I can ask that question. It's usually part of the, it's usually part of the design, but I can, there's a reason for it. We usually do a diesel generator. I can tell you we didn't do a diesel generator here. I can bet because of the 1,000-acre swamp and the existence of wetlands and the proximity. They do not, Verizon, for risk management, doesn't want to put a diesel generator, so they'll use propane. But I'll get a question.
Yeah,
I'll get
because,
that question answered.
yeah, just thinking, I could see if it was remote enough where there wasn't service, but there's natural gas right there at that site. Okay. That was it.
Does this fall under the new New York law outlawing natural gas
No,
for commercial buildings?
not yet.
Okay. You don't happen to have a map available or anything that we could show on the screen that sort of shows the coverage,
All those streets that you mentioned earlier.
deficiencies and so forth? Do you?
It's tab G of the application, if you have that electronically, Doug. I know.
We do. I'll have.
And where are the closest other towers and?
Probably around page 18 of that.
Exhibit G.
So I think, Matt, it's a engineer necessity case. Oh, there, you got it.
Here, if you keep scrolling down, if you can stop there and maybe scroll in. I guess I wish I had a pointer. Oops.
I think you went too far, Matt.
Yes.
Maybe you're wrong.
Unfortunately,
I'm not gonna tell you how
pointers
to-
don't work on the TVs.
Yeah, that's
Figure that
true.
out.
There we go.
If you stop there, you can see the existing facilities are the red, the existing facilities are the red, blue, and green surrounding towers. Those are the ones that you see, the East Penfield, Plank Road, and Atlantic and Whalen. Those are the three towers that are serving the site. I'm not an RF design engineer for 20 years, but when you're trying to relieve capacity for the three surrounding sites, to me, it's makes perfectly good common sense that you would place the tower sort of in the middle of those three towers. So if you look at that map, that's why it's located basically in between those three existing towers that are overloaded. And if you want to scroll down, keep going. All right, those are the traffic graphs that show you the traffic. The red line for simplification and that runs the middle is the maximum traffic flow for each of those towers, and each one of those graphs are for the three surrounding sites. So you can see that they're over capacity, and it varies from time to time.
It's interesting.
So that line, the horizontal line is the, let's call it
100%
the capacity?
100% utilization line. So when we reach that red line, that's 100% utilization of the carriers available. And there's two different color, lines that you see. The purple line represents those low-band frequencies that I talked about that propagate long distances but have narrow bandwidth. The red line that you see low utilization on, or lower utilization on, is the mid-band carriers. Those have the highest capacity capability, and they don't cover as far. And so in order for those to work properly, they have to be closer to the end user. So that's why you see, we call it a sub-1 trigger, which is our frequencies that are below a gigahertz. Those frequencies that travel further have a tendency to become overloaded very quickly. So it's just they travel further, they're able to cover in building better, and they more quickly become overburdened. The good news is the FCC has auctioned off significant amounts of additional spectrum that we're obligated to provide service to the area with, and that's part of what this is. This is densification of those additional bands of spectrum that have been licensed to us.
We'll describe this, if you can go up one more, I believe. So this is the existing sites. You can see the 3 surrounding sites. Each of them has a separate color, and they're noted in the graph. And their Penfield Highway is basically in the middle of where those 3 coverage areas meet. If you can keep scrolling down, you can see the green is now the coverage from this site. So everywhere that green covers, I would say the red, purple, and yellow, the traffic that used to be traveling back to those 3 surrounding sites will now be handled by this new site indirectly.
So are they kind of directional? I mean, it looks to me like there's more coverage to the, let's say, the north, south, and east than to the northwest. And that's
Yes.
where the 1,000-acre swamp is, right?
That's where the 1,000-acre swamp is, correct. And also, when we interlace the sectors, when the sectors are designed to work together, each of, the spectrum that's used is reused on every sector. So if we have 2 sectors pointed directly at each other overlapping, that creates interference, which reduces the system's efficiency. And so we would typically take one sector of a neighboring site and point it into the gap between, which we call the null. That's designed that way on purpose. And that's why you see the shapes the way they are. So as Jared mentioned, when we're able to position the site strategically and centrally to the problem area that we have, we're able to maximize the reuse of those 3 sectors in this area to try to evenly distribute traffic so that you don't end up with, if we were to be off to the side of the area that we're trying to cover, we'll end up with one part of the site being overloaded and other portions of the site being underutilized. And so that's why it's so important, as Jared had alluded to, as he's seen over the last 20 years, we have to get these in the right spot, especially as we get into network densification. The positioning of the site is increasingly critical for us. The services that are being used off of these sites now has expanded so far beyond, when I started doing this almost 30 years ago, we were just trying to make a call down Route 104, and we were happy with that. And
now it's watching Netflix and everything else.
Either watching Netflix or people are streaming internet, cable TV type applications. So the applications are, endless almost at this point. The sky's the limit, and we know that our services are used for not just emergency services, but we know of different hospice type providers that are looking for critical in-home coverage because they're doing e-meds and different things. We hear, as engineers, the services that our network provides to us, we're learning all the time about how the applications are being used. And, some of those are quite noble applications. It's not just, watching YouTube videos. There's noble things besides, 911 calls that are taking place on the network as well.
So if you scroll down a little bit more, it'll give you the different grades of coverage. So again, green is good, yellow is a little worse, but good, not as good, but acceptable, and the orange is minimally outside. You can't get a call inside of a car or in a structure. That signal's too weak. So you can see again the surrounding areas. You hear green right around the surrounding towers, and as you move away, it turns to yellow. And in this area, you'll see that it's minimally acceptable coverage. You could probably that doesn't mean you can never make a call. Doesn't mean there's no coverage, there's no bars on your phone, but the level is minimal coverage. As you see that neg 105, it's really your ability to make a phone call on the side of the road, not in a car or in a structure, because the signal's not strong enough to get into the car or into your house. So if you keep scrolling down one more, you'll see what happens. A lot of that orange goes away, and it turns to green and yellow. and that's really the design here.
In order for this to function properly and offload the traffic that's needed, we have to have the antennas at a proper elevation. And in this case, the antennas are designed to be at 120 feet for the antenna center line. So the center of the antenna from top to bottom, and that's what we use in the RF engineering world, is we reference the center of the antenna. So we have a 120-foot antenna center line with this location to do that. And that really is a function of being able to overcome the trees that are in this area, which of course there's, some fairly significant foliage around this particular site location.
And I think that's, if you want to keep scrolling, I don't think there's much more, that there you have it.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Kelly?
Yeah, I just need some clarification on how the coverage area, I know you just showed the map and everything, but how is that actually discovered? Because I live in one of the areas that you were just talking about, and I've never once had an issue with any of my Verizon devices. So I don't understand where you're collecting this data from.
Yeah, so as mentioned, we have different bands of service, and you're probably experiencing the low band frequencies that are able to travel further different distances, penetrate in buildings. So as Jared mentioned, we're not stating that you can't make a call any time, but the traffic charts show you when those low band services that you benefit from, because you're distant from the existing serving sites, those traffic charts show you how that band of service is being overloaded. So your service is currently in jeopardy because we're exceeding 100% utilization at different times of the day. So while you may not have experienced it, your phone, the apps may have ceased to work properly. Things could be happening that you're not even seeing, but as time goes on, that condition will continue to degrade. And that's it.
So is it more preventative measure?
It's not, no, we're already exceeding utilization. So we already have customers that are experiencing conditions where they're not able to make and receive phone calls.
I can tell you, as AJ can, that I have to sit by my window in my office to call him on my cell phone, and I have dropped AJ and other people I've called on my cell phone at work, sitting upstairs.
I thought you were hanging
with
up.
Verizon.
Terry? Questions?
I'm good, thank you.
I had a question for staff. Moore Drive, is that private or public? Private. Okay. Hence the asking for easement, I think, in that area. That would be the access down Moore Drive to the site for maintenance.
I think we'll use the ambulance access to get.
That's the ambulance access, okay.
Property, actually. The Moore Drive, my name is Brittany Moore. I'm on the street, so. But that is our property, and we were never notified. My mother was told.
I'll call you up in just a second because the millions of folks watching around the world can't hear what you say.
Very passionate, sorry.
So the access for Verizon would be typically through the parking lot from the ambulance or from Moore Drive? Or from Jackson Road? I don't think Jackson Road because there's no curb cut.
Let's see. Again, I'll have to respond. I believe we probably are coming up that private drive and into the ambulance base.
Okay.
Well, they could drive around the ambulance building probably, right?
Yeah, there's two entrances into that parking lot.
One of them off of Jackson Road.
Correct, yeah.
So we would use the Jackson, as part of our lease, we have access rights to the ambulance
Okay.
space.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'd like to open this up to the audience.
Mr. Chairman,
and-
can I ask a quick question first before you do that?
Sure.
Mike, something you said about the height of the antenna at 120 feet, is that, how does that impact the co-location requirement, if at all? Does that make does everybody Like, do other carriers want to be at 120 feet? Does that make, and if so, does that mean that co-location isn't really going to work practically?
This is an age-old type of a question, so I certainly appreciate you asking it. And, while in my past, I have worked at the other wireless carriers, I only work at Verizon now, so I can only really speak on behalf of Verizon. But I can tell you, based on my experience, that, in the future, hopefully when this tower is constructed, if other wireless carriers are looking to enhance their service in this area, I would not expect them to object to the available co-location opportunity that would exist for them, since, essentially we're doing the heavy lifting now to be able to, improve the Verizon service. Another carrier that comes later on, they really get to benefit from not having to, go through that. So I'm sure that, the compromises that another carrier might be willing to make, or what their needs happen to be, are unknown to us. So we don't know exactly how their decision-making goes. We don't know exactly what their network looks like in the area. They may have a little better coverage than us, and they can get away with 10 or 15 feet lower on the pole, and it may not bother them.
Okay.
They may be able to get the same benefit as us, depending upon how the neighboring pieces of the puzzle fit together.
Yeah. Well, I asked that because I know we require that, and so, I was wondering if there's really a benefit to requiring that. Sounds like there is. So thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Now, I will open it up to public participation, and first person, Brittany Moore.
Hi, my name is Brittany Moore. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Can you in the back here? Okay.
So I live at 1579 Jackson Road. It's the house right on Moore Drive right there. I was not aware at all of this until we got the postcard. My mother had said something that one of the ambulance people had come over to her asking something about a cell tower, and she wasn't really sure, what they were talking about. So I had no idea what was going on until we received the postcard for tonight's meeting and then the one following. So my concerns have to do with health. So I am a wife of my husband of 15 years, and we have 3 beautiful children, 2, 4, and 6 years old. I am also a nurse. I have been a registered nurse for nearly 10 years now. I have done extensive research on the location being in the proximity close to cell towers like this, and its effects on the growth of kids' skulls, their brains, and different things like tinnitus or ear ringing that can come from it. Also links to cancer and many other comorbidities. But a lot of them have to do with neurological deficits that come from this. And my eldest son of 6 years old, he has been diagnosed with autism, and he has certain light sensitivities and hearing sensitivities to begin with. So I really am concerned about him, but not just him, my other children and my husband and myself. Being close to these cell towers that can cause insomnia, which my husband suffers from insomnia as well already, and it can cause headaches. I get migraines, different things of these sorts. So anyways, aside from our medical stuff, it's also going to be an eyesore. So, coming down my driveway, it's beautiful. We have, all of the greenery that people expect when they come to see Thousand Acre Swamp. And then there's going to be like a huge cell tower right there. There's the Nature Conservancy. That land is supposed to be protected. We were not expecting anything like this to ever come about. Maybe if we decided to buy a house in a neighborhood, we would expect something like this to happen for lightning changes and, towers near us and things like that. But there's a reason why we chose the property that we chose as our forever home. So we're quite frustrated with this whole decision, and seemingly like if we feel like we don't have a voice in it either, or like we ever were asked for it, but like aside from the postcard. So thank you for that.
Okay.
But
Thank you. Do you have any studies or any information that you can potentially provide
Yes,
the
yeah.
town that you'd be willing to submit for the record?
Of course, yep. And there's also studies in Europe and Egypt that have, you know, more numbers that have been studied than here in the US, because I feel like, I mean, I used to work for Verizon. I have nothing wrong with Verizon. I've been a Verizon customer for over 10 years, never have lost any calls or issues except for, you can put a tower near my work, but it doesn't really get good cell service at my work out in Brighton. But anyway, out here I've never had any issues. I used to work from home. I used to teach e-record to, you know, different professionals, nurses and techs mostly from home using, you know, the MiFi stuff through Verizon a long time ago. Never had any issues with that. So anyway, we've never had any issues, experienced any issues, especially like, I mean, my husband calls me over the phone while I'm driving. I've never had any phone calls be broken or anything like that. But anywho, so I kind of lost my train of thought. I apologize.
It's okay. All right, yeah, no, if there's documentation that you could submit that
Yep, I will.
speaks to, you know, studies that have been done and things like that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, they're from government websites too, like .org and everything like that. But I will submit that. Where do I send it? And like, do I bring it to
You
the
can
next
send it
meeting?
to either drop it off or email or whatever to planning@penfield.org.
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
All right?
Okay, and then also, if this, so for the next meeting and everything, if this were to try to proceed, like, what are my options as far as, like, bringing a lawyer into it or anything like that? Like, how do things work? Like, just never had to deal with any of this before.
I can't totally speak to that. I don't necessarily want to put Pete on the spot, but I'm going to. What would be options for a resident that feels that if this were approved? I assume that you're suggesting that if this is approved, you would consider bringing a
definitely.
lawsuit against the town or Verizon or something.
Just against, yeah, the fact of the proximity of the tower to our house, yeah.
So I'm not sure how, I've never been asked that question before.
Okay.
It's like,
It would be,
I don't
She
know
would
if
have to
it's a-
seek independent counsel, so I'm afraid I can't give any advice about that.
Okay.
What's your address?
1579 Jackson, it's Moore Drive. We renamed it after our,
So are you the house before the turn that goes back to the
It's right there.
1,000-acre swamp?
our
You're the
driveway
flag
flags
lot,
out.
right? So
Yeah.
she's,
Okay,
That's our property.
okay, the last house down there before you go to the,
Mhm.
okay, thank you.
okay, thank you. All right, next one, George McCullough.
All right, I'm George McCullough. I live at 49 Valley Green Drive in Penfield.
Glenn Becker, 1744 Penfield Road, George Tom, is on our board of directors. I'm the president of the board for Penfield Ambulance.
And I'm a longtime Board of Director member. Just a couple points. One is that we spent a lot of time working with Verizon on the location, and I'm not sure if their plan showed, but we have future plans for an expansion to the north, and that was, the building was that, there was a penciled-in expansion there, so I can see now, from back there, I couldn't see that it was in there. So I wanted to be sure that was in place in your consideration, so that if some future date we do want to execute and come to the planning board for that expansion, it wouldn't be news to you. A couple more points is that the board is unanimously in favor of this, And also, we feel some urgency to get improved coverage in this area because of the critical need to have reliable cell service as first responders. And Glenn, do you want to maybe talk about why?
Yeah. So I think someone already mentioned the fact that like police vehicles, ambulances, fire trucks have MDTs. And so that's how we communicate back and forth with the 911 system and with, and between emergency services. And that's all over the internet these days. We have MiFi units in all the ambulances because all our computers for charting and for looking up patient records, that also goes over Verizon, is our primary vendor for that, as well as the individual EMTs. Most of them choose to use an app on their smartphones, which provide access to both New York State protocols as well as all those dispatches that happen. You're probably not aware that that radio band that we've typically, used to see scanners of, and people listening to police and fire calls, they've moved most of that traffic off with the use of these MDTs. And so it's important that we're able to get that kind of coverage in the building and in the ambulances. And there are times when we're not getting that kind of coverage in the past, which is why that was brought up and shared with Verizon and with others, that was an ongoing issue in some cases. The state troopers also have vehicles that they keep on our facility, on our parking lot, and so that they can come and take those and dispatch in and out from there. So we rely heavily on Verizon and wireless connections. So obviously we want to make sure they're as good as possible. And having it right there, it can't get much better than that, I don't think. So then as I think, Doug, as you said, a number of people have told us that when there's a lot of activity going on here, all the bandwidth gets used up in the town offices, the MAC building, the highway department. Those are the ones I'm aware of. The resident, I would assume the same problem happens for the residents. And there's a lot more building going on at Plank and Atlantic, and you guys know better than I do all the extra activity that's going to happen here over the next several months. That's why it's important to us to make sure that we're providing the best service to the community. You know, we're a not-for-profit volunteer organization that's grown from, over the last 65 years, in particular in the last 7 or 8 years, we've grown from 3,000 calls a year to, we're going to do 11,000 calls covering Penfield and Webster now. This year we started covering Webster as well. So it's important to us, that, obviously, that we do a good job doing that. So, and I think it's important to the community. Just quickly to answer the one question about traffic down Moore Road, I believe the site plan calls for your access drive to the tower itself to come off of our parking lot. So whatever vehicles, and I'm told it would be very rare that there would be vehicles coming once construction is complete, could come in off of either Moore Road, or they could come through our other access on Jackson Road, if that helps. That's what they've told me in the past, as we were picking the plans. And as Tom said, we tried to work with them to come up with what would be a pleasing, as pleasing of a look to this as possible. And we expect that the existing radio tower that's there, with this in place, we'll be able to take that down at some point in the future.
How tall is that?
Mike, do you remember?
I believe it's 80 feet, listed as 80 feet.
I would say, yeah, I was going to say somewhere between 75 and.
I believe on the site, I believe on the site plan it's
Yeah.
listed as 80 feet.
Picture in front of us, in front of me.
Okay.
And I think the one you're talking about putting up is going to be a very narrow
It'll be a monopole.
It's a very,
style, right,
yeah,
so-
monopole, yeah. So it's not going to be much thicker or more obtrusive than what's there, I believe.
Right, so when you add in you have a very tall antenna on top of that tower as well, so
Yeah.
it's modestly increased above that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, if there's anything else we can answer, obviously.
Okay, anybody have any questions for these folks? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else in the audience like to speak to this? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Zach Eberhart. I live at 1763 Creek Street on the other side of town. My questions are kind of for them, but I'll point it to you. So there's a lot of questions about, sounds like they need better service in that building, but they want to put a cell tower there. I don't know that much about cell tower coverage and wave propagation, but I don't know how good the connection will be on the ground underneath the tower. So if we're talking like they only want this tower for the connection in that facility, then I don't know how good of an argument that is. Verizon could easily just run a couple of repeaters in there, or I don't know the name of them. The school district just installed them. Not just, it was like 10 years ago now. Little things in the ceiling to help with the radio signals getting out. So if their real concern is that, then this isn't a great solution to put a whole freaking radio tower right on top of them. In fact, they might not get the best service from my understanding. So I just think that's a little bit of a misdirection there in that, for that argument. For the other points, I think it's good to have better service. If our argument of placing it here is so that that facility can get better service, I don't think that's correct, personally. So that's just my 2 cents.
Okay.
Again, no expert, just going off what I know. I could be wrong, just want the board to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience like to comment on this application? Any other board comments? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Application number 3.
All right, application number 3, McMahon LaRue Associates, 822 Holt Road, Webster, New York, 14580. On behalf of Dr. Caitlin Hoffman and Dr. Allison Cohen, request under Chapter 250, Article 6-6.2, Article 11-11.2, and Article 12-12.2 of the Code of the Town of Penfield for preliminary and final subdivision and site plan approval, as well as an E-Pod permit for a 1.46 acre parcel to be subdivided from the existing 5.24 acre lot at 2520 Browncroft Boulevard, Rochester, New York, 14526. The development of the parcel will include construction of a 5241 square foot dental office with associated parking and utilities to be accessed off of Creek Street. The property is now or formerly owned by Family First of New York Federal Credit Union and zoned business non-retail, BNR. Application 24P-0028, SBL 123.07-2-10.1.
Okay.
Okay, good evening.
Floor is yours.
Great, thank you. My name is Ian Cookman. I'm with McMahon LaRue Associates. We're at 822 Holt Road. On behalf of the applicant, Silver Maple Dental, I also have here the general contractor from Milestone Construction, who will be available for any architectural plans. We were in front of the board a few months ago with sketch application. We've taken the considerations brought by the board and the public, particularly the neighbors, with regard to the existing wooded lot, and informed our site plan that we're presenting here tonight. We are showing a approximately 5,200 square foot dental office for Caitlin and Allison, who are currently on Browncroft just across the street from Creek Street. We're proposing the minimal required parking for their operations and per zoning. So our effort is really to try to impact this lot as minimally as possible. And to refresh your memories, this entire parcel is owned by the existing Family First Federal Credit Union, and we're subdividing a portion of this lot off for this particular project. Considerations for our design was stormwater, so the portion of the lot that we're building on facilitates the bank's stormwater management facility, so we're utilizing and retrofitting that detention basin, expanding it slightly, but we have minimized our impact to the trees that we're showing in this survey here on the television screen. So there's a residential buffer to the north of our lot, and we're maintaining as many of those trees as possible. We've surveyed the diameter and the species of the trees, and then we're showing the minimal amount of trees that we're going to be taking as part of this project. So from a stormwater standpoint, we're managing both the bank's stormwater and our proposed site with the existing detention basin. We're adding a bioretention area to the south between our building and the Fast Track building. And then we'll have some storm sewer underneath the parking lot. We're probably going to be proposing additional detention, oversized piping to handle a little bit more volume as well. We also are providing a lighting and landscaping plan. So we're showing directional wall packs and pole lighting to illuminate the parking spaces. You can see the footprint of the lumens is contained within the parking area. We're not encroaching onto Creek Street at all. And we have submitted this to Monroe County Planning Department as well. So the Health Department, the DOT, and the Pure Waters District have reviewed this site, and there have been no major concerns expressed, particularly with the DOT and the traffic. And hours of operation, I think it should be noted, this was brought up during our sketch application, but the hours of operation are from 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. So the need for lighting is not expected. We're just showing it as a safety precaution in the event that business owners were to change in the future. That accommodation has been considered. Matt, did you want to discuss? We have provided architectural elevations, renderings, and samples of the building. I think the overall character of this site is it is a wooded lot. We're preserving as many trees as we can as part of this project. The building materials, I think, complement the character of the wooded lot, and then the landscaping around the building. We're going to incorporate, species like ferns and other types of landscaped species, planting species to bring out or help highlight the character of the lot. Anything to add to that, Matt, from an architectural standpoint?
It was designed to be transitional, from the Fast Track over to the residential neighborhoods, and we stuck with all residential style exterior finishes. We didn't go with anything commercial, no aluminum on the outside, composite panels or anything like that. We really wanted it to segue well from the commercial to the south, to the residential to the north.
So that concludes our presentation. Happy to open it up to the board's and the public's comments.
Okay, thank you. Terry, you want to
Just a
start?
couple of questions. You've addressed all the PRC concerns up to this point,
Yes, we have.
and we've got all the documents now submitted that we've been waiting for, correct? We're still waiting on some.
Believe that one of the things we were waiting on was cut sheets of the actual lighting, but that, we didn't get revised plans that showed specifically that.
Yeah, so as we resubmit our final plan set, we'll be including cut sheets for the lighting that we're proposing, and they're going to be directional, lighting that's not going to be shining into the neighbors. We've taken note of that tonight.
Yeah, so if I could jump
Yeah,
in
go ahead.
just on that part.
Yeah.
You mentioned that hours are until 3:30, and how, you may not know this at the moment, but do you have a plan for control of the lighting? Is it going to be on a photocell, a timer? Can they possibly dim down after a period of time, or even start off and always run at 20% or something? If there's really no real use, I mean, this time of year, it's getting dark at 3:30, and it's dark at 7 in the morning, so that will require, for safety purposes and navigation of the site, proper illumination, but
Yeah.
10 PM and 2 AM and things like that, it's not necessarily.
I think we could definitely put them on a timer, so they're, those, if there was a rare circumstance where someone was there, right before 7 AM and they needed it, but if they're coming on at 6 AM, right, or shutting off at 9 PM.
Okay. All right. Terry?
Did you, I just want to, variances, did you guys need any variances?
We did not, no.
Nothing, good. It's engineering. I'm good then, thank you.
Okay. Can you speak to the bioretention facility on the south side a little bit more? Is that like a rain garden type thing? Is it, what's that going to be like?
Yeah, so it's
Will
going to
there
be
any standing water on the site at all? Any retention facilities?
So it's going to be a nominal depression with 18 inches of filtration media, and underneath that filtration media is going to be a perforated underdrain, and that underdrain is going to drain ultimately out to Creek Street storm sewer system. That system is going to be populated with native species of plantings per the landscape plan. Those plantings are, designed to provide nutrient removal and runoff reduction from a stormwater standpoint. And it will provide some amount of detention, so a slow release of stormwater during those frequency storm
Heavy storm events.
Yes. And it's all in accordance to New York State Stormwater Design Manual as a bioretention facility.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Any other board members? Bob?
Is there any proposed signage close to Creek Street?
They would like a sign, a monument sign out near Creek Street. They have a similar one currently on Browncroft that they were talking about if they were going to ask to relocate that, if they were going to go for approval on that or not.
Okay.
There is signage on the front, right on the building.
I saw that.
For the rendering.
I'm
but-
just thinking, people looking for the site because it's kind of back in.
Understood, yep.
Okay, so if you go forward with that, that would be shown on the
Yes,
plan.
100%.
Is the sign on the building illuminated?
Currently,
If so,
there's-
how?
Currently, there's no plans for illumination on that sign.
Okay. Kelly, any questions?
No.
All right. At this point, I'd like to open it up to the audience. And first person that we have is Sandra Gasserluck. Did I say your last name correct? All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Sandra Gasserlich. My address is 1763 Creek Street. I am the neighbor that is mostly impacted by this new construction proposal, as I live directly across the street. So if you look where they have their apron of their parking lot coming out, it is directly across from my driveway. That parking lot and the entrance is approximately 24 feet, I believe, that I read on the drawing. That's significantly larger than my driveway, and I'm concerned that lighting from people coming out, especially as you mentioned during daylight savings hours when it's dark, those people are going to be shining directly into my home. My bedroom faces the street, and so this is a huge problem for me. I would also like to bring to the board's attention that I have the ability to do some statistical work, and I've worked with Eastman Dental on gathering some information. At the last meeting, the two dentists had said that they had a plan to add a third dentist to their practice, that they have 5 dental assistants, or hygienists. So let's break this down. For staffing of a size of office like this, as the applicants had said in the last meeting, you've got 3 dentists, which requires 3 dental assistants. 5 dental hygienists are employed. For an office of this size, you would have up to 4 office staff members to run the practice, to do reception, billing, et cetera. That's a total of 15 staff members. And then according to Eastman Dental, the average dental hygiene appointment, a cleaning, is 45 minutes long. Again, according to Eastman Dental, the average appointment with a dentist is 60 minutes long. This office does not practice specialty dentistry, which would require more time with each patient. Given these knowns and that an average workday is 8 hours per day, and that according to New York State labor law, you would get approximately 30 minutes for lunch and 2 15-minute breaks. Given all these assumptions, 5 hygienists can see approximately 6 patients a day. So if we do the math, 5 times 6 is 30 total patients for hygienists alone. 3 dentists can see approximately 5 patients a day, and I'm giving some wiggle room in here. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. 3 times 5 is 15 total patients. So that's 45 patients a day, 45 cars of patients that would be pulling in and out in front of my driveway. So adding to the patient visits and the 15 potential office staff members, that's a total of 60 cars per day. And then at the last meeting, I'm going to call them the dentists because I don't know how to refer to them any other way. They had said that they work 4 days a week. So if we do the math, 4 days times 60 vehicles per day is 240 vehicles per week that are going to be coming in and out of that dental office directly in front of my residence. Now, I would like to also talk about safety in the area as far as the traffic is, and many of you probably remember me from the last meeting, and I've sent several emails to the planning board, actually planning department for the planning board. And I would like to discuss the safety issues of Creek Street. As you come off Browncroft, there's a slight curve right there by Fast Track that it almost acts as a blind curve for people who are coming and they're going northbound on Creek. So myself, if I come home from work, my son, if he comes home from work, my neighbor, Mr. Greenwald, who's at 1767, who's the closest to Fast Track, we have a problem getting in and out of our driveways safely. It is incredibly difficult at rush hour to get out of my driveway. Luckily, I turn south to get out, but as I'm turning south, there are people, traffic is backing up. People are going into the oncoming lane to bypass all that traffic that's sitting at the light or waiting to turn into the gas station. Now, you've got an issue where there's accidents that are going to happen. I have people that I've almost been rear-ended trying to pull into my driveway. I've had friends that have come over that have gotten rear-ended trying to pull into my driveway because it's just not safe. People come off that street, off Browncroft, at a high rate of speed. They don't care about who lives there or what's happening. When the traffic backs up, we've noticed, I've had people that have driven on the side of the street and almost run us over because they're driving now into my yard to bypass that traffic, the traffic that's turning left onto Browncroft. I've had motorcycles that have ridden down the sidewalk because they don't want to wait for the traffic. My son has almost been hit by a car when he was in school because of this issue. There is a sign, a school bus stop sign right by Fast Track that I petitioned the board, the town board. And that sign is still in place, and thank goodness it is, because now we have children down the street that have to get on the school bus. And so I feel a little bit better about not having the sign. That's the sign, the school bus stop sign. I petitioned for that in front of the town board to have that done. Penfield Central School District has deemed this intersection and my home, which was my son's bus stop, as a dangerous intersection. It was so bad that they had to change the way that he got on the school bus. Instead of crossing to get on the school bus, they rearranged it so that he got on last, so he was on the same side of the street. Now, these issues with safety are not going to go away. They're only going to be amplified when you have another business, a commercial business, tying up that intersection. It's not fun to live there when you've got all this traffic. It's really, like, on Thursdays is our garbage day. As soon as my garbage gets picked up in the morning, I'm bringing those trash cans back to my home, because if I come out at the evening when it is rush hour, I could be hit by a car trying to get my trash cans. I've almost been hit by a car trying to get my mail out of my mailbox. I implore you to reach out to the county and do a traffic study. I have been complaining to the town for this for years. I have lived in my home for 22 plus years, and I have been, since the beginning of time, since my son was small. My son is 27 now. Since my son was small, I have been asking the town to help me with a traffic study. I've been complaining to the town board, to the supervisor, whoever would listen to me, about the safety of this end of the street. Now, when I moved there, Fast Track wasn't there, so we didn't have the volume of traffic. Now that we have Fast Track and it's a huge gas station, we have an increase in the traffic. I also have some concerns about noise in the area, particularly Fast Track they're busy. They're busy. We know this. That wooded area where they're proposing to put this new construction, it's wooded. And so that wooded area provides a buffer for me, for Mr. Greenwald, who lives at 1767, for the Pillaroshas, who live on the other side of me. It provides us enough of a buffer so that we don't have the lights from the parking lot glaring at us into our homes. It provides somewhat of a noise deterrent, barrier, but still, at 4 a.m. every week, I'm awoken by Fast Track's trash collection, where they pick the dumpster up and they slam it down on the ground at 4 a.m. every week. I'm going to continue to have issues like this because this proposed business is going to have the same type of things that they're going to need. Same deliveries, same pickups, of that nature. I believe that eliminating the wooded area buffer is detrimental to my well-being, my neighbor's well-being. I know that the engineer had filled out a form and said that this new construction does not pose a detriment to the neighborhood or the neighbors. Well, I'm here to tell you, it does pose a detrimental problem for us. You know, now we've got noise. Now you've got a 15-foot pole, according to their drawing, a 15-foot pole in the middle of the parking lot that now I have to look at. It's going to be shining, you know, even though you say it won't shine onto Creek Street. Please know that the credit union behind, when people are at the credit union and they're coming through the ATM in the fall and in the winter, those car lights shine onto my property, on my house. I can see them. This is going to be the same problem that we're having when the trees, you know, decide to drop all their leaves. And honestly, I think that the buffer that the engineer is talking about to the north, I think you're totally missing the point, because there are no homes to the north. The Pillaroshas own that property. It's wooded. And the buffer needs to be between Fast Track and this new building, and on the west side, you know, so it buffers the west. I'm on the west side. I need a buffer so that we can enjoy our home as 22-plus year taxpayers and not have to worry about, you know, noise, sounds, you know, lighting, traffic coming in and out. 240 extra cars per week is huge for that area. We already have a traffic problem. And I do have a concern about there's my house. I do have a concern about the signage, the lighting from the signage. While I know that the building is primarily in front of Mr. Greenwald's home, 1767, we're still going to see the lights from the signage. I just think that this is the wrong location for this type of development, and I implore the town planning board to reconsider approving this, because while an engineer might say it's not detrimental, they don't live there. They're not there during rush hour. Now, we had a problem recently. I had a problem when the engineers were out surveying the property. They parked on my neighbor's property. She's 80-something years old. It's the Pillaroshas, the wooded lot across the street from their house. They own that property. That's to the north of this proposed development. When the engineers were out to survey, on several occasions they were parking on her property. I had to go chase them out. So this is just an indicator of what's to come as far as construction. There's not a whole lot of wiggle room at the end of that street for extra in and out traffic that a construction project of this size is going to bring. And I would also like to notate that this building is 5 times the size of my home. So it's a little daunting to have this size of a building directly across the street from me. And then there's the issue of water runoff. I've been at my property 22-plus years. I've seen a lot. In front of my neighbor's home, 1767 Creek Street, Mr. Greenwald, he is not here because he is also in his 80s and cannot make a meeting of this nature. There's a storm drain in front of his home for runoff. Currently, when there is a heavy rain, that water comes swooshing down Creek Street, and it's got nowhere to go. So it literally floods the front of my property, my driveway. It goes into his yard. Right in front of my mailbox, I have significant washout from that water just running down. And then the stones that it carries is now sitting in front of my neighbor, Mr. Greenwald's, in his driveway. So that street, Creek Street, the elevation of it, it sits higher than my property. even with the curb, and the street is tipped a little bit to force that runoff. So what are we doing about the runoff? I didn't hear anything about how that water coming down the street, water coming from that driveway, that apron of that driveway, how it's going to be managed effectively so that it doesn't cause me a problem. The other issue that I have is they're doing directional boring to connect to the utilities. Guess whose yard they're gonna dig up? Mine. Am I happy about it? No, because I've spent years and years and years maintaining my yard and getting it to the way that it is. So I was inconvenienced when the sewers came down the street. I was inconvenienced when the sidewalks came down the street. And now I'm going to be inconvenienced by directional boring, and I'm at the end of the sewer line. I know this for a fact because I connected to the sewer. I know how deep that sewer is. So guess how far you got to dig? Pretty big hole, pretty deep hole. So I need some kind of assurance that this isn't going to cause me headache upon headache upon headache. Now, the other question I have, has the property already been subdivided?
No, that's part of what this
Okay.
application is for.
Have the applicants, have they been promised any tax breaks by the town?
Not that I'm aware of.
The town of Penfield historically has not been involved with pilots or other tax abatement programs.
Yeah, typically, that's not something that the town would do unless it's a COMITA project. But I'm not aware of that being the case here.
So then the other thing I want the town to consider is what's going to happen when these dentists decide that they want to move. Because we all know there's like 47 dentists in Penfield already. They already have a home at 2480. Subsequently, that property that they lease, my property backs up to that owner. What's the need to want to have to build? And and then there's the other issue that if this goes forward, who's going to talk to me? Who's as the person that is directly impacted, whose yard's going to be dug up? Who's going to come and talk to me? Who's going to assure me that anything that they disturb gets put back, and that any issues, environmental erosion issues, are going to be addressed?
Well, speaking to runoff and stormwater runoff on that parcel, there's a requirement by the town that if there's a development, that it is reduced by, any runoff off-site needs to be reduced by about 20%. Correct me if I'm wrong. And so that particular development should not impact you at all. I can't speak to, and it's not necessarily the responsibility of this applicant or your neighbor or your, for water coming down Creek Street from the north. If that's what you're talking about, I don't know how they would be held responsible for that.
So they're going to have a driveway that is a 24-foot apron that opens directly in front of my
Right, and
driveway.
any
And so the way-
water on their parcel
Yeah.
needs to be, any water leaving today, that parcel,
That property also
needs to be
sits-
20%
sit-
less
Okay, it sits
after
higher
development.
than, in elevation, it sits higher than my home.
Mm-hmm.
So all that water runs toward my property and down to the storm drain. So I would like somebody to take a look at it, whether it's the town or, I know it's a county road, but I'm addressing the issue, and I have some serious concerns about it creating problems, because as it is right now, I have a deficit to my driveway because of of this. My driveway is sinking in certain portions because of that runoff and erosion due to, I would say, improper stormwater planning. And I would like to have the engineer and the architect, I would like to have them focus more on the buffering to the west and the buffering to the south, so that we don't get, because you're going to pull down lots of that vegetation that we currently have as a current buffer between us and Fast Track. So all of those lights from those 12 bays of of pumps are going to shine right into our properties, whether this project, whatever their lighting is, it's going to affect Fast Track's lighting into the surrounding neighborhood. So I would like to have a traffic study, because 240 cars a week is unacceptable to me and to my fellow neighbors. And it's unacceptable to the neighborhood. You're going to have a lot of accidents, and I've asked several times, I've asked the town to help with a turning arrow, a left-hand turn arrow, and have gotten nowhere. So I'm going to leave a copy of my previous comments, my new comments, with Michelle, and I've also emailed them as well. And I would like you to seriously take into consideration how this affects people in the neighborhood. We're a residential area, we're not commercial. So I know there's a lot of people that are worried that commercial is going to keep on going right down Creek Street. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you
you.
for listening.
Okay, Zachary Eberhard.
Zach Eberhart, 1763 Creek Street. I'll keep it brief. She basically said everything I was going to say.
Okay.
One of the big questions I have is for the board, to be honest. So there's a lot of vacant land in Penfield. By vacant land, I mean vacant commercial land, right? There's a lot of plazas that just have nobody in them, right? Do we not incentivize people to go there? Do we not see all this land that we're clear cutting and be like, maybe we should put them somewhere else, right? Because I don't know about you, but I don't think Penfield's expanding anymore. I think we're kind of stuck with how big we are. So every time we cut down some land, put a building there, that's it. We're not getting more, right? We have to stop. We can't keep doing this. This goes for multiple things too. This is about residents being kind of bombarded with commercial space, right? Because they're trying to fill in every little nook and cranny they can, right? When there's commercial space available already all over the town. And it's not just our town, too. It's Webster, it's Brighton, it's all of them. So there really needs to be a point in time where the town just says no. You can't just keep clear cutting trees, just making new developments that will probably go abandoned. Let's face it, there's plenty of abandoned places out there. The mobile across from Fast Track has been abandoned for, 20 years. Nobody's still there. There's no trees there now because there's a parking lot. They're not going to come back, right? So we just keep doing it and doing it and doing it, and then we just have abandoned lots everywhere. Trees aren't coming back. Nature's not coming back. We're just letting things fester. It's disgusting. It's actually disgusting, okay? If they really cared, right, they'd go look at that mobile. Put your business over there where the mobile used to be. I hope you all know what I'm talking about, across from the Fast Track, okay. Go there. Go to another place. Go to a strip mall, right? I understand that everybody wants to have their own little business, their own little building, all right? It's everybody's dream, right? I'd love it too. But sometimes you gotta just face facts and say, I'm gonna go into this development. Don't we have these big developments around the YMCA that are struggling for business, literally begging people for business, and they're not finding anybody? Here's a business, I found you one, put them in there. like, I don't get it. I really don't. The town has to be the one to put their foot down. There's nobody else that's going to do it for us, right? You guys have to do it. I think we're all a little bit sick and tired. I think everybody in this room, every single development we've seen today is the same thing over and over and over again. Businesses just expanding and expanding and expanding, and not wishing to go into already available lots, right? So just keep that in mind. We have space. You guys need to figure out if you want to use that space or you want to leave it vacant, because this is getting ridiculous. Thank you. I do appreciate it.
Okay, Susan Shinneman? Did I screw up your last name? All right.
Hello, I'm Susan Shinneman. I live at 1748 Creek Street, just a little bit across the street from Sandra. And I wasn't going to bring this up at first, but I think Zachary made a good point that the current business is in a building that's going to be vacated and potentially empty to take down trees to build a new building. So he did make a valid point that I didn't think of earlier. But my primary concern is the additional traffic. I was at the first meeting where they talked about the cut onto Creek Street, and I'm not sure which of you gentlemen brought up, did you consider a different curb cut, like possibly Browncroft, which is already more commercial than Creek Street is today? And I think he said something to the fact that he didn't know of another way, but he would consider it. And in today's dissertation, he talked about working with the bank to share a space for runoff. If that's possible, why can't they work with the bank to share the exit that already exists instead of creating a new entrance into this area? Excuse me. And I was looking at the website for the zoning, and it says it's suitable for a general low volume of traffic. Is there any quantity around that? Are we talking 100 cars? Are we talking 500? What is considered low? Might be rhetorical.
I'm not sure if that's actually defined.
Okay, so Sandra went over all the numbers for the number of patients, so I don't need to do that. Sec. And then if the Creek Street curb cut is inevitable, highly in favor of that left turning lane. So it opens up that already congested area to reduce accidents.
You're talking a left turning lane on Creek?
Southbound Creek.
Southbound on Creek.
That's where it backs up, and I agree with her. It is sometimes difficult to get out of the driveway, and getting my mail can be sometimes treacherous. But to that effect, we've had 3 people so far speak up today. But the number of cars that go down, if they understood really what was going on, because they don't care. Think about it. They just drive by, but they're affected by it too. Everybody that goes up and down this street that has to wait in these lines are all affected by it. So the minimal I would hope to have is the left turning lane signal, excuse me. And one thing they mentioned today too is the DOT said that there was no major issues with the traffic. What issues did they have? And can we see a report of what they thought of the traffic?
All of the documents are available.
Not every document is available on the website. All the documents are available upstairs at the second floor of Town Hall in the Planning Department during business hours. They can also be provided digitally or through printouts via FOIL request. Printouts via FOIL request may incur some small charge for paper, depending on the size of document requested.
So I can go and ask for it and they'll provide it to me?
Correct.
And as a resident, do I have any, you might not know this, can I talk to the county as far as my concerns? Because it is a county road, so I know that they have some say. So that's something that I can address them specifically on directly?
Yes, yeah, you can. Don't know the best contact for the county, but we can get, yes, I can get that to you.
All right, thank you, that was all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, would anyone else here like to comment on this application? All right, anybody from the board? Any additional comments? All right, thank you very much for your presentation. And it's starting to get a little bit late. We will move on to the next.
Thank you.
Next agenda item.
All right, application number 4, Marathon Engineering, 39 Cascade Drive, Rochester, New York, 14614, on behalf of Rochester Institute of Technology, under Chapter 250, Article 12-12.2 of the Code of the Town of Penfield, for preliminary and final site plan approval to construct a 2,800 square foot, one-story classroom building with a garage and associated parking at 100 Old Quarry Lane, Rochester, New York, 14625. The property is now or formerly owned by Rochester Institute of Technology and zoned residential R120. Application 24P-0029, SPL 123.15-1-1.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board. My name is Cole Papasergi with Marathon Engineering. With me today.
Hi, I'm Christina Fluman. I'm the project manager, and I'm with the architecture firm Edge Architecture. And then we also have Dave Brault.
Hello. Sitting over there by yourself?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure I'll have a friend soon.
All right.
David Bro, I'm the director of the State Preserve. I work for RIT.
We're here today requesting preliminary final site plan review for the field station at Tate Preserve. This project is located north of Old Penfield Road, totaling acreage of about 150 acres. The site and surrounding parcels are zoned R120. And pulling up on screen now is a location map of the project area in relation to the Tate Preserve. Access is off of Old Penfield Road down at the south, and it's up Old Quarry Lane, excuse me, to get to the actual project area. So they're proposing an educational field station facility comprising of a classroom, garage, and associated infrastructure. The site as it is today, or it used to be a quarry for a long time, and then it was donated to RIT back in about 2019. Today, RIT uses it for agricultural, academics, and RIT events. Visits by appointment only or reservation. As noted, it's off of Old Quarry Lane, which is a private drive, which is gated. For the site, we are providing over 50 parking spaces, which are existing parking spaces from the gravel area, and associated 88 spaces over the required 34 parking spaces for this use. Talking about the utilities and infrastructure for stormwater, there is a, we don't meet any of the thresholds. We're disturbing a small portion of this site to require a stormwater prevention pollution plan or any post-stormwater construction practices, post-construction practices. In fact, we are decreasing the amount of overall impervious on the site that exists today from what exists today. For sanitary, the sanitary will be collected to a grinder pump and pumped through a force main where it'll connect to the existing force main servicing the lodge that exists on site today, where it will be conveyed north. For water, the site is protected by a backflow prevention device and master meter at the front of the entrance. We are connecting to the utilities past that prevention device with a 1-inch service for domestic and 6-inch for fire flows to provide for a fire hydrant. The building was positioned on site to be to tuck in to the hill a little bit to maintain the focal point as you were to drive down the Old Quarry Lane, to keep the focal point on the existing lodge. We've proposed some berming and additional landscaping to further screen that building. We have received town comments, and we did not have any issues. Those are mostly technical in nature, and provided a response to comments and revised plans. And then I'll turn it over to Christina to talk about the architecture.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to reiterate the fact that we are still trying to maintain the focal point when you come down the site on the existing structure that is there. And this building, I'll talk about the scale. We tried to kind of break it up and separate the garage from the main classroom building to bring down the scale. Again, maintaining focus on the existing lodge building. The exterior of the building, we are using the same material that is on that existing structure, wood cedar siding that is stained the same color. We're emulating existing details on that building. On the windows, they're going to be fiberglass, same finish. And then as far as program elements go, so again, this is a classroom building dedicated to academic activities. It is not dedicated to any one specific program. It's meant to be for all different programs from RIT to come and use this space. And so additionally, there are functions, so classroom storage, MEP data, and then offices for Dave and his staff.
Lastly, I'd like to just, looking through my notes, I just want to clarify that there are some EPODs in the area. We had plotted those on the plans from the overall maps that the town has, steep slopes and woodlands, but we are not getting into the wood line at all, and I had provided some photos showing that we're not getting into the steep slope as well, because we are all outside of that wood line. So I think with that, we'll open it up if the board has any questions.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Kelly, do you want to start?
Sure. Thank you. So for starters, so there's already an existing parking lot that this is going to be, or a gravel lot that this is going to just?
Yeah, there's a large gravel area that the preserve does use as overflow parking occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
But that is where it'll be located, and then that gravel lot being used for the parking for the classroom.
And what's the capacity for number of students that the building can?
The classroom?
Yep, so the classroom typically will be about 20 to 24 students with 1 to 2 instructors. And the students drive themselves to the site. There's not separate transportation like buses or anything like that. It's usually cars.
Is it the typical school year that it'll only be occupied, or is it all year round?
So I think Dave could answer that better than I can.
Yeah, so it'll generally follow the academic calendar, but also I do envision some more activity taking place over the summer. I'm on a limited basis, just given that most students are, away for the summer. Over winter break, I don't expect a whole lot, so during that December, January timeframe, no. But otherwise, it'll pretty closely follow the late August to May semesters that RIT uses.
And what types of hours of operation?
This will be sort of daylight hours. I don't expect this to go late into the evening at all. Most of these classes, are mid-morning, mid-afternoon, so it should be during the day.
And you said there's no specific program that this is geared towards, or how are they going to set up a schedule?
Yeah, so we have a pretty robust scheduling program, software system at RIT that faculty, staff can use to reserve spaces. For this specific property, they basically submit requests, and then we approve them to make sure that there's no conflict of schedule or use of the space. So we have very tight control over who is accessing the space and how, and when the space is reserved. So that's how we would go about that.
Okay. I'm good for now.
I just got one question. Dave, that structure, when I met you today, I didn't ask you, is that going to stay there, or are you going to move that other structures?
So the existing structure is a 14 by 40-foot shed, and that will move.
Can I ask what the purpose of the garage is?
Yeah, the garage is for storage and light maintenance of some equipment that we have on the property.
Okay. All right, any other questions from the board?
Exterior lighting on the building, what do you envision?
Yep, so if you look at the elevations, we have exterior wall sconces that match the existing exterior. It's a gooseneck, and it would be dark sky compliant.
That's all.
Okay, anyone in the audience would like to comment on this application? Sure, come on up.
Hi, Sandra Gastrolick again, 1763 Creek Street. I believe that this is down the road off of Blossom. Is this part of the property that already has that black building that was donated to RIT? Is this the same property that I'm thinking of? You can see,
Yes.
if you come down Blossom, you can see the, yes.
It's part of the same property, yes.
Where is it, where is the proposed in relation to the?
Existing structure?
Yeah.
It's towards the southern portion of the site.
Towards the south.
Where
tucked
that
into
gravel
the
lot
hill.
where
Right
the
there.
mouse is.
See where that rectangular
So-
gray
Blossoms to the north.
lot is?
Okay, all right. All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Sorry, it's my neighborhood.
No, it's okay. Any other comments from the audience here? Okay. Any other board comments?
No.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, Doug, next item.
All right, application number 5, Bowler Engineering and Landscape Architecture, NY LLC, 70 Linden Oaks, 3rd floor, Suite 15, Rochester, New York, 14625. On behalf of Chick-fil-A, Inc., request under Chapter 250, Article 13-13.2, Article 12-12.2 of the Code of the Town of Penfield, and Article 13-13.2 of the Code of the Town of Penfield for preliminary and final site plan approval and a conditional use permit for the construction of a 5,400 square foot Chick-fil-A restaurant with drive-through and associated improvements to be located at 2051 Fairport 9 Mile Point Road, Penfield, New York, 14526. The property is now or formerly owned by No Look Landing LLC and zoned Limited Business LB. Application 24P-0031, SBL 125.17-1-9.
All right, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Charles Gottlieb, Land Use Counsel for Chick-fil-A from the law firm of Whiteman, Osterman, and Hanna in Albany, New York. Here this evening with our project engineer, Randy Bebout from Bowler Engineering. We also have Nick Meerfeld from Pissarro Engineering, who is our traffic engineer, and Zach Middlebrooks, a representative from Chick-fil-A. We have a public hearing this evening for an approximately 5,400 square foot Chick-fil-A restaurant with a dual lane full drive-through. It is at 2051 Fairport 9 Mile Point Road in the LB zoning district, requiring site plan and conditional use permit. We made a formal submission to this board on October 4th, which included secret narratives, site plan and conditional use permit narratives, a traffic management plan for our grand opening period, a comparable list of other Chick-fil-A's in the region related to their parking count and their drive-through stacking capabilities, traffic responses, a letter from the New York State Department of Transportation noting that they state that the project will not create any significant adverse traffic impacts, stormwater pollution prevention plan, sign survey, elevations, and a site plan set. The project site is currently a vacant, existing, somewhat blighted commercial building. We heard a gentleman this evening on other applications noting that development should be on existing commercial spaces that are already disturbed and vacant, and that's what this project is. The project site is 2.146 acres, and it has a shared access point with the existing shopping center to the south, where the Penfield Pub is. There are 99 parking spaces proposed internal to the site. Again, there is a full dual-lane drive-through that wraps around the building and is completely separated from pedestrian access ways and off-street parking as to reduce vehicular and pedestrian conflicts. The landscaping plan has been provided. All site lighting will be downward-facing and dark sky compliant. Yesterday and received today, we did submit to the Zoning Board of Appeals for 4 area variances that we've identified on the project site, as well as a special use permit for the proposed signage. This evening, we would be looking for, if this board does take this action, some sort of referral or recommendation to the Zoning Board of Appeals so that we can advance that process as well. Very briefly about the area variances that are needed. One is for the southern side yard setback where there is a detached open-aired canopy. 20 feet is required from that property line. The canopy is 7.8 feet from the property line, so we need a variance of 12.2 feet. The building is approximately 52.6 feet from that property line, well in compliance with the zoning regulations. The need for that canopy is quite important. As you'll notice, Chick-fil-A has 2 lanes in their drive-through that wrap the entire building. That goes from ordering to delivery of their food. Chick-fil-A team members take orders and will be in the drive-through line, and that way they can quickly take orders, make sure people are moving through the drive-through efficiently, and the canopy provides them cover during inclement weather. That setback is on the southern side, so it is adjacent the off-street parking for the Penfield Pub, which is a commercial use and not a sensitive residential receptor. We also require an area variance for lot coverage and green space, which is about 4%, so it is minimal. Again, this is a previously disturbed commercial area. We have a full stormwater pollution prevention plan in compliance with all local, regional, and state regulations. The need for the increased impervious surfaces is for several reasons. One is to provide that full dual-lane drive-through, as well as proposed future access to the north, so that if that property to the north is ever developed, there can be access. We also require an off-street parking variance. We did receive a determination from the town's building inspector that based on the use and occupancy of the building, we would be required under the code to have 181 parking spaces. As you can imagine, 181 parking spaces is quite enormous, would result in a large tract of land being paved, and is unnecessary for the project. We have proposed 99 off-street parking spaces. A majority of Chick-fil-A's business is via drive-through, so a reduction in off-street parking for those coming into the building is appropriate. To put that number in context, we did evaluate other Chick-fil-A's in the region. The Chick-fil-A in Cicero has 55 dedicated parking spaces, 17 plus 17 shared parking spaces. They also have a drive-through count of 29 cars. Cheektowaga has 39 off-street parking spaces, plus 16 shared spaces with other uses, with a 20-car stack drive-through. Henrietta has 63 off-street parking spaces and 24 drive-through stack lanes. And Monroe has 64 off-street parking spaces, plus 13 shared spaces, and a drive-through that can stack approximately 20 cars. Our project is providing 99 off-street parking spaces, well in exceedance of those similar facilities. And the drive-through that you see here today can approximately stack 35 cars. So this project has been designed in exceedance of other similar facilities. The special use permit that we're requesting from the ZBA for signage is mainly because of wall-mounted signs. There are 4 wall-mounted signs proposed. Importantly, there are no wall-mounted signs on the western elevation, which is bordering the Harris Whalen Park. 2 wall-mounted signs are on the northern elevation. One is Chick-fil-A insignia. Another is a sign that says welcome family and friends, or neighbors and friends. There is a wall-mounted sign on the southern and the eastern elevations. There is also a pylon sign proposed where our shared access point is. That is in exceedance of square footage under the code. That pylon sign is important because we want to direct traffic to that intersection to enter the project site. There will be a new traffic light that we will describe at that intersection. So we want to make sure that drivers are not distracted looking for the project. They can see the pylon sign and they know that that's the access point. Currently, there is a small monument sign, it appears, but the pylon sign will identify the Chick-fil-A facility. That sign is set back from the front lot line 20 feet, which is permitted by code. Internally, it's set back 10 feet from that southern property line. We're here this evening for a public hearing, so I'm going to hand it over to Randy to go over the plans for members of the public. We would also like the board to take action related to SECRA so we can commence the SECRA process. As I mentioned earlier, we've submitted to the Zoning Board of Appeals. This is an unlisted action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. So this board, at its pleasure, could do a coordinated review and be the lead agency. And we would like to commence that process now. In addition, we would like any referrals or recommendation that this board finds appropriate to the ZBA. So I know it's late, I know I went quick, but I'll hand it over to Randy to go over the plans.
Great, thank you, Charles. You did a really thorough job, so I have a little less to say. I know we want to be efficient. Just a couple more tidbits on the site plan and the site design. He mentioned stormwater, so we have prepared a SWIP and submitted that to the town. The town has reviewed that. We had to make some modifications to meet the 20% reduction, which we've done, and that's been submitted, as I said. That stormwater discharges out to the existing storm line along the west property line that heads to the south. We have public water along the frontage that we'll be tying into with a new 6-inch service, backflow and meter inside the building. Sanitary sewer will have a new grease trap, and then a 6-inch lateral running out to an existing sanitary sewer manhole that's along near the southwest corner of the property. The dumpster enclosure materials will match the building. I'll talk about the building materials in just a minute as we've changed some of that. And then we have an outdoor seating patio area behind the building. We've provided a sidewalk connection as part of our discussion with town staff out to the park. And that's really the points I wanted to hit on the site, and then just talk about operations for the board's benefit and the public. This project will result in 60 to 80 part-time construction jobs. Once the store is operational, there will be a local owner-operator selected to run this store. They will hire approximately 100 to 125 team members to run the facility. There will be, the operating hours are typically 6:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. There'll be anywhere from 15 to 25 team members on staff at any point in time, and that would be inside the building, and the team members outside taking the orders at the drive-through. Food deliveries can happen up to 5 times a week, and that is done in off hours, typically, between midnight and 4 in the morning. With that, I know there was a question about lighting earlier, so the intent would be that the site lights would be on during the entire evening hours for security and to allow for those deliveries to be done safely. As Charles mentioned, this will be dark sky compliant lighting. We have submitted a lighting plan to the town and provided those foot candle information. And then just mentioning that Chick-fil-A is a great member of the community. The owner-operator will, he can choose to participate in local charities of his choice. And then just in general, Chick-fil-A does a great job of maintaining their sites, and they're routinely cleaning the facilities, both indoor and outdoor, and they take a lot of pride in that. And then the next piece that I want to talk about is just the changes that we've addressed since the last time we were here. So the biggest change was shifting the building further to the west. There was a concern about the cars coming out of the drive-through, and we had much more of I'll call it a 180-degree turn with not much length between the drive-through exit and the north-south access road. So with the shifting of the building to the west, we accomplished a couple things. One was we eliminated the front setback variance that we were originally thinking we needed for this site, so that reduced the number of variances by 1. And we provided a distance of about 36 feet between the stop bar and the drive-through exit. Along with that change, we ended up kind of shifting the green space that was behind the building and put it in front of the building. So that's, and then in that area, we've rerouted the sidewalk. We originally had the sidewalk further to the north, so we've pulled that down to a spot that we thought was a lot safer. And then as part of the other change sort of tied into all that is we had a little tighter radius as you come into the site, and right before the crosswalk, that radius was much tighter, and so we've made that a bigger radius, so a much safer turning movement. We added a bike rack that was requested. The directional, we have a directional sign directing people to the drive-through, encouraging them to use the north drive lane. That has been pulled down south of the east-west, the southern east-west drive. And then consistent with the traffic study, we didn't note it originally, but if you can scroll down, there is 2 exit lanes out of the existing plaza. We've now depicted them. And then as part of the traffic signal, there will be new pedestrian crosswalks on all 4 sides there. And then the other changes were related to the building. The original submission included more of a proto building. What we've submitted with this revised package was a similar building style, but using different colors, and then there was some additional transparency added near the front entrance on the northwest corner and then on the southwest corner, and then there was some additional detailing added underneath the transom windows on the north side. In regards to the PRC review comments and the county review comments, we responded to all those and have addressed all those. We didn't take any exception to those. Really the biggest item was the stormwater, the amount of stormwater that we needed to detain to meet the 20% reduction, which we've modified that. There was a note about easements for the stormwater system and then for the maintenance of the property, so we acknowledge that and know that we will have to provide that. We did show the proposed easement for the stormwater system on the plan. We have an easement, access easement for the north-south road. And then the last item was the landscaping comments from the town consultant. Again, we don't take any exception with those. We have added some trees which are reflected on this rendering. And there was some comments about species which we will address. There was comments about using hardwood mulch and suggesting using stone, and that's acceptable to us also. And that's the presentation that I have, and I can answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay, thank you. I have just a few questions. Back to the parking. You mentioned several different locations with, let's say, 35% less parking spots, if that would be the right math. We go from 99 down to 63. I don't know if that's 30, I don't know.
I won't check your math.
Calculator generation, so let's assume I'm accurate in that. Are there many times of the year that those lots are full and people can't find parking in those locations? Are there any complaints with, hey, geez, there's not enough parking at this location or that location?
No complaints that we've heard or that we know of from those operators. What's interesting about Chick-fil-A operations is, your zoning requirements are based on, building inspector looks at the size of the building, does a calculation for use and occupancy. But that doesn't reflect actual Chick-fil-A operations, which are majority dependent on the drive-through. So that's why there is such a reduction in off-street parking requirements for a lot of these facilities. But to answer your question precisely, there are no known objections or problems. During grand opening periods, which lasts roughly 2 weeks, let's say, there are, some internal site congestions related to the drive-through use. There gets a lot of attraction in the opening phases in the opening weeks. And we've submitted a traffic management plan that Chick-fil-A's utilized during those grand opening periods.
Okay, so along those lines, would you be potentially amenable to proposing some land-banked parking? I'm not sure if you know what that is.
Yeah, so we would, identify it on the site plan, not building anything there, keep it green space.
Yeah, it would be designated as potential future parking. It just wouldn't be constructed at this time.
Yeah, I think that's probably something, we would have to discuss, and that would have to kind of be a dance with the Zoning Board of Appeals as well, to see how they feel about our parking variance request. But it, unless, Randy, let me know your thoughts, but that's, certainly something that could be investigated.
Yeah, and I just want to add a few points to your question about why we have more parking here. What they are finding out in their other sites, and they continue to learn, is that, we continue to have more mobile order pickups. We continue to have, Grubhub pickups and deliveries, which ultimately require
parking spots for the Grubhub guy to.
And then the other thing to note here is there is no other Chick-fil-A's really in close proximity to this, meaning we're quite a ways from Irondequoit, which maybe it's the closest, or maybe it's Henrietta, I don't know. But, so, at this point in time, we, anticipate a very robust business, and just where we are, we just think that, we want to make sure that we have adequate parking. And there was a comment at the prior meeting about a concern about, Chick-fil-A customers potentially parking on the property to the south. So that's the justification behind the number of spaces. I failed to note when we talked about the site plan changes, is we originally started at 108. We eliminated the 9 spaces that were on the north access road. And I think at the end of the day, we all agreed that that made sense. It was reduce some conflicts on that road. My discussions with the Chick-fil-A team is, I think we would be open to potential land bank if necessary, but I still, understanding the reasons behind why we have those spaces. And I would say if we were going to pick spaces, it would probably be those 10 spaces on the west. Part of the width of this parking lot, again, we have to get a tractor trailer in here and be able to turn around and do deliveries, which if we can go to the drawing, I think it's not on the site plan, but maybe the drawing after the site plan, the truck template is on there. Yeah, so just, and I'm not saying this is, we might be able to tighten that up some, but you can see just the width, north to south, he needs almost, they really need all that width to be able to get that truck turned around. So it would be tough to lose any of those spaces along the north.
Can you illustrate the path that the truck would take? Because I was trying to make heads or tails of that.
Yeah, so the truck's heading north into the northern east-west drive lane.
So that's the far right and far north line?
So that line that his mouse is on, he's driving to the west.
Is he taking up all the space in between those two lines? Is that what
No. You're talking about the pear-shaped area?
I'm talking about, I see the outline of the truck pulling out of the site right now. But pulling in, he's heading up obviously the right-hand lane, right? And then turns left. So is the line that is, let's say, to the most northeast and along the north property line, would that be the starboard side of his truck?
Yes.
And then the next line over is I'm going to stick with the nautical theme here, the port side.
Yep.
And so where it gets wider is how much space it's taking up for him to turn?
Yeah.
Or her?
Yep.
Or them, whatever.
Now, we might not necessarily need the width this way. We might be able to tighten that up, but the north-south width is, I think, more critical.
And I can't imagine that there aren't locations in their whole network in which they cannot accommodate a truck of this size, and that smaller delivery vehicles are required.
I don't know the answer to that, but what I do know is when we start talking about smaller delivery trucks, is the operational costs increase significantly. But just your more deliveries. So if it's.
So you're saying that what's that, a 40-foot trailer?
No, that's a WB62. It's a full-size 53-foot tractor trailer.
And they're taking full trailer loads?
Yes.
At any given time?
I don't know exactly what product is coming off of it, but they're delivering, I'm sure they're delivering to multiple sites, but they're going to, the operations uses a 53, a WB62, 53-foot trailer.
Okay.
I know, I can tell you we've done a lot of sites, and we've never designed one that can't accommodate a WB62.
Even in congested cities like Philadelphia or New York or Boston?
We have not designed them in.
Okay.
I don't have any experience designing them in urban areas, but.
All right. The only other, and this might be a stretch, but the let's call it the turning pad, I'm not sure what you call it, but to the south where that striped pavement is, where that really is only there to accommodate the delivery vehicles.
That's correct. That's a raised concrete area.
Would you and would our engineering department consider what do they call them? Like grass pavers,
Permeable pavers.
permeable, well, not necessarily permeable pavers, but where you plant grass, it looks like grass, but it's outfitted and solid enough to hold truck traffic.
Like a geogrid.
Yeah, yes, like a geogrid. So that we would get some, you don't have that expanse, that visual expanse of concrete. It's vegetation and,
I think we'd
it'd
have
be
a long,
plowed and so on, but.
I think there would be a concern with the long-term viability of that.
Wait,
I
is
mean,
that-
just with the, because we have snow, so we'd have to, how do you,
Yep.
how do you plow that and not tear it up?
I mean, I go to trade shows and I see all those companies that make that stuff.
Yeah.
And I mention this every time to them, and every engineer that I talk to from here talks negatively about them, and then the people who make that stuff say, oh, it works out great, and they don't know what they're talking about, so.
Well, I can tell you that we've used something similar, and what happens in the summer is the grass turns brown, right? Because there just isn't enough soil in
To keep it alive.
To keep the grass alive. So I would take that into consideration. It definitely would not be preferred by us, just because of I think it's a maintenance issue, I think it's a durability issue, and I don't know that it looks, because of those
That much
concerns,
better.
it's going to look that much better.
Okay. All right. I
Yeah, no,
definitely wanted to bring it up.
Yep, and I mean, if we go back to the rendering, I mean, there is a pretty healthy green space, in front of that.
All right. I'm going to reserve the right to ask more questions, but let me move on to the rest of the board.
I just got one question. With that adjacent parcel to the south, thinking down the road in the future, I think it got brought up the first time you guys were here. You foresee any problems with that, with the design?
We've overlaid that, and we don't have an issue with that, the development that's approved. That's what you're referring to.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
Randy, just, thinking.
And Chick-fil-A is working with that, the adjacent property owner, because we're working on easements, and so, yeah, we're coordinating all that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Bob?
Just to your point, AJ, on the land banking, and then what you guys said, I think just because of the tractor trailer, gaining some more green space on that west side, if that's, feasible to do that. It's, how many spaces are in there?
10.
10?
Yep.
Okay, so it, from 90, you're asking for a variance to 99 and to be 89.
Right.
Yeah.
You get something.
No.
One of the things that I just thought of, and we can investigate this, is the planning board requested the connection to the north for future development.
Yes.
Without talking to anyone from our team, that is something we could possibly investigate land banking. It's not needed at the moment. It may be needed in the future. It may not be needed in the future.
Okay.
Oh, just identifying that piece as a possible future connection, but not pave it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then the town would hold a letter of credit
Yeah.
or something to pay for it if needed down the road? I mean, what we found in those situations is that, geez, 15 years from now, that parcel to the north gets developed, and now all of a sudden, the occupant of this doesn't really remember or have the cash to come up with doing that at that time, especially when, at this time, it's way less additional expense than it would be down the road.
Yeah, we could,
Probably.
obviously, this was just an idea. We'd have to investigate how that's accomplished and what safety measures are there. I don't know about a long-standing letter of credit, but there certainly may be things such as a developer's agreement or something like that that we could explore.
Okay.
And just one other, I apologize, one other thing that I forgot I was going to mention on the parking is just, of course, the board has history with a prior site, so just for comparison, and I know we didn't walk away from that project with an approval because we withdrew it, but I think we were getting very close. But that site, we were at 105 parking spaces on that site with a comparable sized building.
Right. Okay. Kelly? Questions?
Just one thing, I feel like last time when you guys presented, we spoke about the directional arrows in the parking. I think Jim had a question about the first row of parking, how you can go kind of one way and then both ways when you're, is that something that is going to be an issue with people driving? I feel like Jim brought it up at the last meeting. But I don't know if
That it's
anything was
unclear.
done.
Yeah,
where the-
and I think how we left that and what we're showing is we are showing that as we're striping that as a do not enter on the southern drive. Now, we also admit that we can't control what people do, but the idea behind that is we want to encourage our drive-through traffic to go to the north.
You could put those spikes up like they do at car rental places.
There you go. Just in the busier peak times, again, we don't anticipate, with our drive-through capacity, we don't anticipate stacking out of our drive-through lanes, but if there's a scenario where it does, it would be, better aligned on the north side versus across the front of the building.
Okay, I guess I'm just trying to think of a scenario in which cars further along would go left instead of right, so why even have those arrows there?
To the west.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what yeah, I mean, I think we just had them there because it is a two-way drive, but we could, yeah, I see your point. We could probably just eliminate them.
That's all I had.
Okay. Any other questions from the board at this time? All right, I'd like to open it up to the audience. And first speaker will be Donna Spinella.
Hi. My name's Donna Spinella. I live at 39 Scarborough Park. I will try to reduce my remarks, given the late hour and
Appreciate that.
the other speakers here. So I'm going to sort of summarize the first part of what I had come to say, which essentially is going to boil down to the notion that if this application were the right size and suitability for this location, there would not be the need for the continuing request for variances and conditional use permits. That if something fits, it fits. There's a reason for the zoning as it stands there now. And I will also kind of reiterate a comment I made in the last of these meetings, which is that multiple variances, conditional use, all of these things end up sort of equating to spot zoning, which we are really primarily against in this town. We don't want zoning that looks like Swiss cheese. And when you say yes to someone, how do you say yes to the next person, and so on and so forth down the line? So that's sort of part one of what were going to be much longer comments. Secondly, I'd like to just kind of point out an article done by CNN just last year about drive-throughs and the good, the bad, and the ugly of drive-throughs in the United States. And while the article describes, the value of drive-throughs for customers who want to get in and out quick, get a bite to eat, so forth, and also the profitability for the chains that run drive-throughs in terms of how they make their money more rapidly than by seating people in even a fast food type restaurant. They also essentially describe drive-through operations as sort of magnets for traffic and congestion and higher rates of accidents with pedestrians, cyclists, other cars, and so forth. The article lists a host of communities throughout the United States that are either, have already banned additional drive-throughs, not the restaurants themselves, but drive-through type operations, or have invoked a moratorium because it is just becoming so rife and so problematic. They, according to someone from an urban design and planning firm, a fellow, they don't tend to support the vitality of the community in the way that other types of businesses do. They don't support the sort of amenities and provide the sort of setting where people really want to kind of come and work and interact and live. And they don't support neighboring businesses because people are in their cars, they don't leave their cars, they just boom, in and out, come and go. So they don't really add to the financial health and character of the
Community spirit,
overall.
so to
Pardon?
speak. The community spirit.
Well,
so to
the
speak.
community spirit and just sort of the community character that we really would like to promote. According to a professor in the Department of Urban and Regional Planning who studies traffic safety at Florida Atlantic University, a Professor Eric Dumbaugh, drive-throughs are often located at, in his words, the exact worst place for them to be in terms of road safety, because clearly they're going to be put on large roadways, but they, with big signage and so forth, they become a distraction, which increases the likelihood of pedestrian accidents, bicycle accidents, even people on sidewalks who happen to be in the driveway, or, as we heard from a different resident about a different project, people who are crazy and will even cut up or cut very close to sidewalks. And they're kind of hot spots for rear-end collisions, T-bones from people trying to make lefts here and there, either within the parking lot or elsewhere. These factors, I think, combined, along with, I think, some other information you'll be hearing from my colleagues here tonight, have certainly convinced me that neither the prior sketch plan nor this more modified sketch plan really suggest that the Chick-fil-A is at all appropriate for this particular location in Penfield. Nothing against Chick-fil-A, but this location just does not seem to be the right place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I just may respond to a few things.
Sure.
Just one thing I wanted to highlight about the...
I don't want to necessarily create a tit for tat back and forth tonight. I want to hear what the public says, and but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt at the moment.
One of the things I wanted the board to appreciate is Chick-fil-A facilities are, and their drive-through locations are a lot different than more traditional fast food restaurants, where sometimes you'd see the building in the middle of the lot, the drive-through around the building, and then parking spaces around the perimeter. This design has the drive-through completely separated as much as possible from off-street parking, pedestrian access ways, and so forth, to limit those conflicts that the resident just spoke of.
Okay. All right. Number 2, Laura Payne Borsey. Did I say it right?
You did, thank you.
Oh, great.
Good evening. Thank you for your continued time and attention. I was a high school English teacher, so I'm going to try to keep this short and brief and pretend it is last period of the day.
On a Friday, right?
Absolutely.
Before summer vacation.
I live at 8 Parham Drive. I've been there for 24 years with my family. My husband works with your husband. I oppose the proposal as written due to the fact that when the original conditional use was granted to the gymnastics center, it was 1991 and 92. And do you know what was in that plaza? One building, Monroe Muffler. That's it. There was no Dunkin' Donuts, there was no Starbucks, there was no medical supply store, no Salvatore's, no nail store, no hair salon, no Edward Jones, no liquor store, No H&R Block, no Monte Alban, no Valvoline. No AAA, no Zoom Fit, no Zoom Tan, no Great Clips, no Back-to-Bach Music Store. On the opposite side, there was no, across the road, University of Rochester Medical Center. There was no Rochester Regional Medical Center. There was no daycare. There were no adjacent office buildings next to the daycare. There was no elder care. And there certainly was no back entrance to the Harris Whale Trails, which is at the exact point where that 4-lane highway comes down to 2 lanes. The gas station, actually, let me clarify. Walgreens was an Atlantic gas station with 1 line of pumps, 4 total. There was no fast track. There was no post office. We haven't had an opportunity yet to verify all the photos that were shared with me regarding this particular time period, but I do have them, and I'm happy to leave them with you. With all due respect to our esteemed colleagues from Chick-fil-A, it is ineffective to argue that they are improving on a conditional use for an entirely different use and an entirely different set of current and historical conditions. I'm going to urge that this issue go back to the town board, or rather before the town board, for discussion and action, because the issue of conditional use should be considered in a much broader context, from expirations that should be on plan developments to what limited business use is and isn't, and what mixed use is and isn't, to just how many times we intend to sell that traffic count that your colleague called out the last time she was here, when residents in this community are most concerned that that traffic count should only be sold if proposals are fully compliant and succinctly aligned with zoning. I'm also going to ask that this be tabled because residents were not able to receive any of the supporting documents, and I believe we have items A through R, Mr. Sangster, is that correct? Items A through R as the supporting documents have to be foiled rather than provided otherwise?
So there is some limited information that is provided on the website. Everything else is available at the planning department on the 2nd floor of Town Hall during business hours. Any additional documents can be foiled and provided electronically or through physical form.
One foil has been issued, more shall be anticipated. I personally am glad to pay for every piece of paper you need. Finally, foiling is fine, but it takes time, and essentially prohibits, in this particular situation, residents from accessing information in a way that supports the effective engagement with the government that they pay for. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mel Callan?
Thank you and good evening. Mel Callan at 1410 Harris Road. I'm going to read comments that have been submitted by Tony Perrone, but he was unable to be here tonight, so I want to read his comments. The proposed construction of a Chick-fil-A drive-through restaurant at 2051 Fairport 9 Mile Point Road, application 24P-031, is wholly inappropriate for the site and blatantly contrary to the character and well-being of our town. Although the details of this proposal are cause for concern, they are secondary to the reality that Chick-fil-A restaurant, by any design, fails to meet the standards governing conditional uses. Penfield Town Code 250-13.4. Such a use must still generally be in harmony with the purpose of the district in which it is proposed. A drive-through restaurant so renowned for its traffic problems cannot be said to be small-scale, nor could such a draw be said to support the town's residential population. as specified, both for limited business districts and more specifically for the Route 441-250 Overlay District, Penfield Town Code 250-6.3. These districts are meant as buffers, yet this proposal would place one of the busiest and most intensive businesses in the area directly adjacent to residential property, a public park, and a daycare. Still, the plan's details further flout the conditional use standards. They ask for variances allowing for triple the allowed wall signage and a pylon sign 250% of the allowable size. The plan calls for at least 7 freestanding floodlights, which are sure to be a detriment to the neighboring parcels, no matter how minimal they purport to be. The drive-through traffic alone is sure to generate substantial noise. It is nearly impossible to see how this is not detrimental or injurious to the general welfare of the town. Perhaps the most telling aspect of this proposal is how the restaurant is a poor fit in the most literal possible sense. The developer requests 4 area variances that all demonstrate that this parcel is simply not big enough for the business. Even while failing to meet requirements for setback, less than half of what's required, lot coverage and green space, the plan falls short of providing required parking by nearly 15%. To request so many variances for what is already a controversial plan is at best wishful thinking and at worst outright contemptuous to the ethos underpinning our town's zoning code. Amid all these concerns, today's hearing for this application is premature and should be tabled. The proposal has generated a great deal of supporting documentation, none of which has been made easily available to the public. A project of extraordinary impact to the community deserves extraordinary public oversight, and any development of merit should be able to stand up to such scrutiny. Electronic copies of all supporting documents should be publicly published in the town's Projects Under Review portal well in advance of a rescheduled hearing. Anything less would be a betrayal of public trust. This project is clearly not suitable for the parcel in question. No one claiming to serve the public interest could in good faith support the approval of the necessary conditional use permit. Thank you, and is submitted by Tony Perrone at 1935 Dublin Road. He has given copies to the clerk, the planning department, and the town board. One other question: to email you folks, it has to go through the planning board, or we can individually email you these comments?
It goes to the planning department.
So individually, we're not available to contact planning board members who represent us?
Correct.
That's correct? So we can't individually send you information?
Well, we
I don't
get,
believe they have town emails.
May I suggest that you get town emails? I mean, we can submit information to the town board individually, and I don't see why the exception for another group of town people who represent us here at the town. Why we
Anything that you send to the planning department, though, gets distributed to the planning board members.
I understand that, but it would be helpful to have email addresses for anybody who is in
But
the town government.
anything that you email to planning@penfield.org goes to all the planning board members. So if it's something that you want to share, it'll get to all the planning board members.
Okay, I heard you say that.
Yeah.
Thank you. But, you know, to have direct, I'm a resident here, have been for 35 years, just to be able to have direct contact with each of the planning board members who represent us seems to be like common sense, is what I'm saying. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, Eileen Anderson?
Eileen Anderson, 50 Edenfield Road. I've been here a long time. I sent comments today, but I thought I would come And I did it through the planning board site, and the characters were really limited. But I've sat here, I've listened all night long to not just this request, which I agree with the other speakers, that the site is too small for this restaurant. I thought it was interesting that he gave us parking spaces in Syracuse and Monroe and Cicero and wherever, but he didn't give us parking spaces in Greece or Arundequite in our own town. And that the
You
parking,
gave Henrietta and,
Henrietta.
I'm not sure if Monroe was.
It was
Monroe or
Arundequite.
Yes. Right.
I was at Chick-fil-A once in Greece. There were no parking spaces. People were driving around looking for parking spaces. It was lunchtime, give you that. The drive-through lanes were backed up. This was not during opening period. So I'm not convinced that their justification for not having enough parking spaces is really valid. But that's pretty anecdotal because it was one time. But the number of parking spaces is not my concern, is the amount of blacktop, the lack of green space, the traffic, the lights, impinging on our residential areas, hiding the traffic study, hiding the other Chick-fil-A's from citizens' views before this hearing by not posting it on the website. And then it just seems like you're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. You're trying to make concessions to make this development work, when it seems to everybody who lives in this area that it can't work. We've all been faced with the traffic around this area. I've been here 31 years. I've seen the changes. And to add a drive-through, and you said 2 lanes, but I see 3 lanes on the drawing, to the, that just siphons cars through there all the time. And then to put a tractor trailer in the middle of the night right next to somebody's house, seems like crazy. But I don't see, like everybody else said, why we need so many variances if this was a good fit for the property, and why we need a Chick-fil-A so badly that we would agree to all these variances. Like it will make Penfield a better place. I don't see that happening. We've got fast food heaven in Lloyd's Corners. We've got McDonald's. We've got Taco Bell. We've got Jersey Mike's. We've got, whatever, Five Guys, I think now. It's, and plus Panera and Moe's. And how many do we need? There's not a need for people to get quick food right now. And I think approving this is a mistake. I think making concessions is a mistake, and I'm going to let it go at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, William Bishop.
Good evening, everybody. I will also try to keep it short. I also came here to talk about the parking spaces. I don't really have an opinion that I care to share about the merits of this particular use of the site. I do like that it's being reused, though. But when I saw that we have a fast food restaurant, but we have nearly 100 parking spaces, I just thought that was ridiculous, because if you look at all the other fast food restaurants around here, you never see more than maybe 10, maybe 20 cars at any time in the parking lot. I was pleasantly surprised to hear the applicant give examples of their other restaurants where they only have, I believe it was 63 spaces, several examples of that. Prior to hearing that, I kind of tried to figure out, well, what's the most amount of cars that are ever going to be here, especially given that it's primarily designed for drive-through. You've got 6 tables outside that can seat 4 people each, but you never have people come from different cars and sit at the same table. If you carry that inside the restaurant, we don't have a layout of the inside of the restaurant, at least not that I'm privy to. But if you have, say, 20 tables inside there with 1 car serving each of those tables, that gives you 26 total cars. And then the application lists 15 full-time employees, which I find hard. There would be that many, but let's say there are 15. You add that up, and that's 41 cars. 1 per employee, that's 41 cars. But we've heard examples of up to 63 parking spaces. If we grant those 63 parking spaces, we could eliminate the 10 parking spaces on the west edge of the site, and we could eliminate the row of 25 parking spaces on the north edge of the site, and that would give you exactly 63 parking spaces. It shows 64, but I think there's a mistake. That row right next to the front of the store seems to only have 13 parking spaces, not 14. So you have 25, 25, 13, that'd be 63 parking spaces exactly per the other examples that were given. So I wanted to encourage the planning board to allow and preferably require the applicant to have fewer parking spaces. And potential suggestions, again, would be to eliminate the row of 10 spaces on the west and the row of 25 spaces on the north. Now, if for some reason you have to accommodate a tractor trailer, the applicant themselves gave an example. Well, if they have 63 parking spaces in their other sites and they require a tractor trailer, they must have some way to do that. So there must be some configuration where you can have considerably fewer parking spaces and still facilitate a tractor trailer for delivery. So that was my primary point, was to talk about parking spaces, and I don't really see any need why you would need so many. I'm also aware that the planning board previously requested that a bike rack be installed. I'm an avid bicyclist. I ride quite frequently throughout Penfield and often to work. The current location of the bike rack is in a location where, frankly, nobody's going to use that. It's well away from the entrance to the restaurant. If anybody's actually taking their bicycle to this restaurant, they're going to want to put it near the front entrance, preferably under an awning or a canopy if it's available, but in any case, somewhere where they can see it while they're inside the restaurant. So my suggestion would be, if there is a requirement for a bike rack and there's an allowance for it, that it be somewhere immediately in the vicinity of the main entrance to the restaurant. And those are my only comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, would anyone else like to comment on this application? Yes.
Hit my steps in tonight. Sandra Gasserlich, 1763 Creek Street again. So I want to make a comment to the board, because it seems like we're hearing the same issues with every application: lighting, traffic, setbacks, and the issue of transparency. It was very difficult for me to get forms for the application. Any person that just goes online, if they're not astute and know construction documents, they're not going to realize that it's not a full set of construction documents. My background is in construction. That's what I do for a living. I'm a space planner. So I was aware that the application for Silver Maple Dental, which is what I originally came here for, that the documents online were not complete. And I had to fill out a FOIA request. As a town resident, I take offense to that, because this is in my neighborhood, like this is in their neighborhood. those documents should be online for folks to review, especially when there's a town board meeting, a hearing about it. Publishing 1 or 2 pages of a 10-page, 12-page document is really not helpful. There's a lot of people in the town that don't realize or don't know how to read these, and so they don't realize there's more pages. So they think, oh, this is the document. It's not the document. As I'm aware of this Chick-fil-A, those documents weren't available in a timely manner for this meeting. So the town board needs to do better, town planning needs to do better, and we need some transparency in the application process, in the documents that are available to residents online. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, there is someone on the line afterwards.
Okay.
I will get that info up for you.
Okay.
Do I do the online, or?
This is Zach Middlebrooks with
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A.
I can wait.
Sure. Brian, do you have the person on the call?
First name,
Amy?
Yes.
Hi, hey, Brian, can you turn her volume up?
Yep.
Amy, if we could have your full name and address, that would be terrific.
Yes. My name is Amy Rainier. I live at 58 Edenfield Road.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm urging the planning board not to approve a conditional use. If our town's motto is a town of planned progress, I don't believe any of our town boards are following that motto. If they were, there would be a cohesive thought about the town's needs, a clear direction as to what is getting built, the connectedness of areas, addressing traffic and public safety, town safety concerns, and a clear, thought-out perspective which aligns with the comprehensive plan and the mixed-use development manual. Instead, proposals are presented to the town and a plot this building here and this restaurant there with multiple variances which are pushed through. Why bother having regulations if every applicant gets approved with multiple variances and not following our town codes and laws? The 250 corridor should be thought of as just that, a corridor where the town plans for this to be developed as was adopted in both the comprehensive plan and the MUD manual. Traffic traveling in that particular stretch of road has become increasingly busier, faster, and more dangerous. Making a left out of any of the parking lot entrances or exits is nearly impossible most of the day. Traffic accidents and near misses are occurring much more frequently. Pedestrians walking that stretch are in danger as well. Not only are there residents who walk that stretch daily, you also have a senior living facility and a daycare. I tried to access all of the supporting documents with regards to this application. In order to be an informed resident, I have to FOIL all of the documents attached. I believe all of the documents should be made public within the notification of the property under review, so residents of the town are aware of all of the implications of this and any applications submitted to the town. I have requested copies of the three traffic reports to this particular application, which do not include the additional traffic along Route 250 with the additional housing currently being built near the YMCA and the 250 and Atlantic Avenue corner. I don't believe the planning board should approve this application with the multitude of variances requested and the request for a conditional use permit. I strongly urge you do not grant this application with the variances, but hold applicants to the codes and laws in existence in the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Sure, but you got to come up.
Mel Callan, 1410 Harris Road. My question is, who makes the final decision about this application? Because there's so many variances, does the planning board make the decision, or does it go to the town board?
It goes to the zoning board.
It goes to the zoning board.
Goes to the zoning board, and they make the final decision?
They make a decision based on
I'm sorry,
variances.
two people talking at once.
Oh, go ahead.
It's pretty close in time. Ultimately, this board can't approve it without the variances, and the zoning board grants the variances. Sometimes this board will grant the conditional approval subject to the variant, whether or not the zoning board grants the variances, and then if the variances aren't granted, then the application, then the condition can't be met. But this board can only approve site plan, subdivision, conditional use permits if it's before this board, which in this case it is a conditional use permit.
So for all the variances that are requested for this
Zoning board.
application, it has to go to the zoning board?
That's
And
correct.
they can approve or disapprove?
That's correct.
If they approve, it goes through?
If it approves, it comes back to the, so
Okay, if it
variances, so the way the review would be handled is we allow them to apply concurrently to the two boards. So ultimately, the planning board has the ability to approve site plan, subdivision, and conditional use permits. The zoning board grants relief through either area or use variances. In this case, they're requesting area variances. Typically, the zoning board has to approve the variances before the planning board can act and approve a site plan and subdivision. So in this case, the functional way it would go is it'll be reviewed by both boards. Ultimately, the zoning board has to make a motion on the variances prior to the planning board being able to make a motion on the site plan. So the last vote will be with the planning board.
Okay, so the town board has no say in this?
That's
No,
correct.
That is correct.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, I say that because the town board, for not only this project, but most projects, it's pretty significant for our community that we all live in. And so the town board is elected, as well as the supervisor. And this board and the zoning board are appointed. So I would think that for the constituency piece, that everything would have to go to the elected officials.
Well, the town board has the authority to eliminate the planning board and the zoning board. We all serve at the pleasure of the town board.
Yeah, but they're not gonna-
And in
So,
some instances, the town board does have final say, depending on the zoning district. For example, LaSalle's Landing is town board.
Right, is it five districts that the town board has
I don't know.
jurisdiction over?
There's
think
two
it's just two.
that the town
Four
board has.
Corners.
The Four Corners and the Sales Landing, and then there's some weird little caveat with very specific historic landmarks and historic districts for commercial use or something like that. But
Okay,
It's-
important information, thank you.
Hey, come on up.
You got to
Come on up.
microphone.
Well, okay, I hit something. Okay, so because this property was given a conditional use almost 35 years ago,
the previous conditional use has no bearing on this application.
so this is a new conditional use,
Correct.
and you have to approve it?
Correct.
They don't have to.
Well, they don't have to.
I mean,
but-
We're being asked
You're
to.
you're considering approving it.
That is what this board is tasked with. So conditionally permitted uses are just permitted uses with essentially an additional level of review and requirements for which they have to meet.
Okay.
Uses are either permitted uses in a particular district, or they're conditionally permitted uses. A sit-down and take-out restaurant in this zoning district is a conditionally permitted use. That means it's not automatic, but they have to meet certain criteria that the board having jurisdiction will get to make that determination.
And within the town code, restaurants are conditionally permitted uses in
Yeah.
pretty much all the, they're not a permitted by right use, they are a conditionally permitted use in all the commercial zoning districts.
Okay.
Any prior conditional use for the gymnastics training center would have no bearing on a sit-down or takeout restaurant.
Which is why a separate review is required and why we're here meeting with the planning board. Or they're
Okay,
here meeting
so
with the
are you
planning board.
more concerned with the zoning variances or the use?
This board doesn't get to consider the variances at all. That's the consideration of the zoning board. They have jurisdiction over
Yeah, the
variances.
zoning board is a zoning board of appeals. Their purpose is to hear appeals from the zoning code.
So your concern is traffic, lighting, greens, what?
Site plan.
Yep, site plan, all the factors surrounding
You
site
know,
plan.
So it's not,
If you look in our code, they'll have the elements in, I don't know, it's like 250, whatever. There's an article for site plan review, and that spells out what this board is looking at for that requirement. Somebody earlier tonight talked about the elements required for a conditional use permit. That's,
So 250-12.3 is the factors for consideration for site plan approval for the planning board.
okay, now, one last question. So the developer did the traffic study, and Monroe
Correct.
County reviewed it, correct? 'Cause
New
that's what
York
it
State
said.
DOT, New York State, they submitted a traffic impact analysis that was produced by their firm that they've hired,
Yeah,
Passero.
yeah.
The town has a separate consultant that we maintain to provide an analysis on the board's behalf of what they've submitted. In addition, it is on a New York State road, New York State Route 250, so it was also reviewed by New York State DOT for their review. And
Can you tell me the area they reviewed?
I'd have to go back and look at the specific document. I don't know off the
Well,
top of my head.
Somebody's going to foil it, and it will be available somewhere. But, you know, because it's not just Lloyd's Corners that's impacted by this. And it's going to hit all the way up 250, you know, that amount of traffic. And I'm just concerned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Zach Middlebrooks, 5200 Buffington Road, Atlanta, Georgia. As Charlie mentioned, I'm with Chick-fil-A. So I think one thing that we can agree to, as I've listened to the discussion tonight, is the 10 parking spaces to the west of the site. I have no problem removing that. I don't know if you want to call it a land bank or how we need to look at that. We can take those 10 spaces off, make that landscaping. We'll put some more trees back there. We'll do what we need to do there, no problem. The gentleman asked for the other bike rack, adding a second bike rack. I'm a cyclist as well. That's no problem. We can accommodate that. However, I think that Randy did a pretty thorough job of explaining the truck route. As one of the customers mentioned, they couldn't find a parking space in Greece. The more we are up here and we're expanding, we find that we're very well received in the communities that we're in, and we're learning as we grow. Greece is a perfect example. It is a very tight site. It is hard to park. We're doing some modifications over there, but I think when you look at our customer demands, you look at third-party mobile, the staffing, as Randy mentioned. I mean, at some of the peak times, on like a Saturday peak time, we could be up at 30, 35 employees between the folks working the order point in the restaurant throughout. So I do believe that, again, as a reminder, we're asking for a parking reduction. We're not asking for a parking increase in the variance that we're asking for. So if we remove that 10, that puts us at 89, and it gets additional landscaping. So I just want to touch on that point.
Okay, thank you. Come on up.
AJ, I do have someone on the line also.
Okay.
Laura Payne-Borsi
Can you
again.
please make it as brief
Absolutely.
as possible?
I want to reflect actually on the Cicero site and the parking spots, because I think that is something, and is clear that this gentleman is hearing folks. It's not the number of parking spots that actually I'm concerned about, because I know you need them. This is a brilliant design. This is a brilliant company. But this is 2.13 acres? When you look at that Cicero site, the offshoot of their parking is a Home Depot parking lot. That's what allows them to stack the cars successfully to get out onto Route 11. We don't have that. This site is not deep enough. It's not large enough. Please, don't do this. It doesn't make sense. It will cause major issues. And then you have to ask yourself, where does it end? Where do the conditional uses and the variances end? I would love to see a Chick-fil-A in the town of Penfield in a wholly commercially zoned area that has ample space. Ample space. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, you want to put the call through?
Yep, Tony is on the line for you.
Hello, Tony?
Hello, I'm Tony Perrone, 1935 Dublin Road. Mel read my written comments earlier. I just want to throw one more thing in. I'll start by thanking you for your patience. I know the night drags on.
Yes, it is.
I want to speak in kind of a general sense. As I dig into the codes, it's amazing to me how much discretion public officials have in determining whether a conditional use permit is appropriate for a given site. I would love to see that discretion used wisely. I'm an engineer, so it's sort of blasphemy for me to say that I want to talk about human factors, but here it is. You guys have construction backgrounds and public works backgrounds. You're great at addressing the mechanical aspects of these developments. This plan calls for a new traffic light at the intersection to help address traffic, and I think that's sort of the common response to public outcry about traffic is, well, we're going to make the road handle more traffic. I think that's ill-advised in a big picture sense to just keep pumping more traffic down Route 250. When I look at the standards for conditional use, compatibility with the general area is mentioned. This is an area of homes, hospitals, senior living communities, parks, schools. My children go to Harris Hill Elementary School and play at Harris Whalen Park. I don't know that it's necessarily in the public interest to increase traffic substantially on Route 250, adding to air pollution, noise pollution, light pollution, and just generally degrading that area of the town. It serves no one's purpose but Chick-fil-A's. I respect their desire to do business, but it's a detriment to the town. That's my piece.
Okay. Well, thank you for your comments.
Thank you for hearing me out.
Okay.
Hi again, Donna Spinella, 39 Scarborough. Just very quickly, I do want to clarify, and AJ, if you would like to be the one to clarify that, that would be great, that in fact, sometimes zoning questions do go before the town board if a request for rezoning is submitted. Isn't that true?
Yes, that is correct. So if some application comes to the town that does not meet the zoning criteria in the code, and they want to build something or do something that is not allowed, they have a right to petition the town board and apply under maybe an incentive zoning. There's a New York State law, I'm not sure exactly what the law number is, but it allows for incentive zoning, so a town board, not just Penfield, but any town in New York State, can entertain a given development with some sort of offset, whether it's, hey, we'll build a park over here, and if you allow us to do this over here, or it all really depends on what that particular town board deems appropriate. And if I'm not...
And also, the PDD would be another example. We had an application tonight that was preliminarily approved and is going to the town board, because technically, that's a zoning change. I mean, typically it would be in that case, it was already approved, but any change in zoning it's a legislative act, and that requires town board action, because you're amending the code.
Yeah, did that answer your question?
Adopted zoning.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. I just wanted to make sure, because when Mel was asking her question, I think the impression may have been left with anybody still miraculously listening.
There's millions.
Right, that there was, I think it may have left the impression just that nothing goes ever to the town board regarding zoning, but I was. Yeah.
Right, it's a good point that you bring up. There are definitely, I'd probably say Jeremiah's, I think, was incentive zoning, wasn't it?
Yeah, that wasn't before this board.
No, wasn't before this board. Probably Doodlebug, that whole area over there.
Like the rezonings that were done as part of the 2023 comprehensive plan update, that went to the town board since they were rezoning the property. They weren't doing or proposing a development that required site plan or subdivision approval. They were looking to change the underlying zoning. This application is not proposing to change the underlying zoning, which is why it's not going to the town board.
Right.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. That said, Brian, any other calls?
I am clear downstairs.
Okay. Thank you all for your time. We'll call this hearing closed, and have a great Thanksgiving, everyone.
So just a quick question. The public hearing is closed?
Public hearing is closed, yes.
Okay, great. And
So-
would this board entertain a secret to start the
So,
secret process?
Seeker,
tonight?
our planning board typically handles seeker as an uncoordinated review. So we would do an uncoordinated review with the zoning board. The zoning board would handle their own seeker. The planning board would handle its
Okay.
own seeker.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you this evening.
Sure. Okay. I'm going to suggest we table everything tonight.
Do you guys want to?
What about
Yeah, I
the,
think-
you want to table?
So are
We still having a meeting?
we're still going to meet in a little work
I
session.
just assume,
Excuse us. We're
if
still
you
meeting.
could take conversations outside, that'd be great.
Did you guys want to, so
What
that
about
we did
Willow
complete.
Pond?
Well, so Willow Pond, they already,
Willow
Oh,
Pond's
that was a
done.
work session.
yeah, it was a work session
That's
item.
so long
The
ago.
the only other one that we
Sketch-
completed seeker.
Let's go through the process.
Yep.
Sketch plan. Let's begin preparing a letter that we can
Send on all of
discuss
12/14.
and share with the board and discuss it
12/10.
at the December meeting. So I will move that we begin preparation of a sketch plan letter. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Hetzke,
Hetzke, aye.
Aiken,
Aiken, aye.
Canower,
Canower, aye.
Tidings.
Tidings, aye.
Okay. Cell tower.
I'll move that we table that application.
I'll second.
Hetzke,
Hetzke, aye.
Aiken,
Aiken, aye.
Canower,
Canower, aye.
Tidings.
Tidings, aye.
All right. this
Silver
is-
Maple Dental.
Yeah, Silver Maple Dental. Terry,
Yeah,
table?
yes, make the motion to table.
I'll second.
Hetzke,
Hetzke, aye.
Aiken,
Aiken, aye.
Canower,
Canower, aye.
Tidings.
Tidings, aye.
Okay, RIT.
We did complete part 2, part 3, and we have a draft approval resolution.
All
If
right,
you guys are
let's,
comfortable with it.
yeah, let's take care of that.
So.
Why don't we do that?
So you
Sign
approve the
the-
EAF?
Yep,
Sign the EAF. Motion for AG to sign the EAF.
Tidings, second.
Hetzke,
Hetzke, aye.
Aiken,
Aiken, aye.
Canower,
Canower, aye.
Tidings.
Tidings, aye.
And the approval resolution. Motion to
Approve.
approve.
Tidings, second.
Hetzke,
Hetzke, aye.
Aiken,
Aiken, aye.
Canower,
Canower, aye.
Tidings. Tidings, sorry.
Tidings, aye. Thank you.
All right, Chick-fil-A. Somebody want a table?
Motion to table?
I'll second.
Hetzke,
Hetzke, aye.
Aiken,
Aiken, aye.
Canower,
Canower, aye.
Tidings.
Tidings, aye.
Anything else?
That's all I've got.
All right, thanks everyone for hanging in there. I
It's like a
almost
record,
lost it.
2020.
We will stand adjourned.